Yang berbahagia, Profesor Insinyur Dr. Zuhaina Haji Zakaria, Dean Institute of Postgraduate Studies, University Technology Mara, professors, head of departments, invited judges and moderators, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm pleased to welcome everyone to the National 3 Minutes Thesis Competition 2023. It is such a great pleasure to see everyone and thank you for being here. We are here today to celebrate the remarkable research achievements of all our participants. The 3 Minutes Thesis Competition is a great opportunity to develop skills in communicating research to community. It requires a creation of a concise pitching about research that will be easily understood by non-specialist audience. It began in 2018 in the University of Queensland and had garnered popularity ever since. Now it is being held at almost all universities throughout the world. University Technology Mara is proud to hold this competition this year with University Kebangsaan Malaysia as the co-host. Competition today will feature 51 pre-recorded videos. In these videos, the participants will talk about their research in a single static slide. There will be 3 categories. First, the science cluster, social science cluster, and engineering and technology cluster. The videos will be judged by 3 separate sets of judges for each category. They came from different backgrounds, which are the academics, the industry, and also the media. The evaluation will be based on first, comprehension and content, where clarity, significance, and impact of research will be evaluated. Secondly, engagement and communication, where the judge will score the oration, whether it's clear or not, using simple language and appropriate for the mass. The slide must be well defined and presenter must show enthusiasm while presenting. For each category, 3 finalists will be selected to compete in the final round. A total of 9 videos will battle for number 1 place, which will be awarded with 1,500 ringgit. Second place for each category will receive 1,000 ringgit and the third place will receive 700 ringgit. A People's Choice Award will be awarded via voting by the audience. The winner will receive 500 ringgit. And lastly, 2 most impressive videos will be selected to compete in Asia Pacific 3 Minutes Thesis Competition later. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off today's competition with the welcoming remarks. I would like to invite on stage Yang berbahagia Profesor Insinyur Dr. Zuhaina Haji Zakaria, the Dean for Institute of Postgraduate Studies, University Technology Mara, to be on stage. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, esteemed participants from public universities in Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Welcome to the national level virtual 3-minute thesis competition 2023, which challenges doctoral researchers to present their research topic in compelling manner in just 3 minutes. As mentioned just now, the 3 minutes competition, or affectionately known as 3MT, was originally conceived by the University of Queensland, Australia, and has become a global phenomenon. In Malaysia, this competition has been organized by the Malaysia Deans of Graduate Council Studies since 2013. And this event used to be a physical event, but since pandemic, it has been transformed into a virtual event. So this year, UiTM, in collaboration with UKM, is very happy to host this distinguished event. It is an honor for us to join forces to provide platform for participants from across the nation to showcase their research in a captivating manner. To all the participants, congratulations on reaching this stage. Your presence here representing your university is a testament to your commitment to excellence. And the 3MT competition is not merely about presenting your research in 3 minutes, but it is also about effectively communicating the significance and impact of your work to a diverse audience. Today, you have the opportunity to captivate us with your stories and also inspire us with your discoveries. To the judges, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for undertaking the challenging task of evaluating the presentations. Your expertise will play a vital role in determining the winners of this competition, and I have no doubt that your expertise will make this a memorable and competitive event. I also like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee and the technical team who have worked tirelessly to adapt this event to a virtual format. Finally, on behalf of the organizers, I extend my warmest wishes to all the participants. May your passion for your research shine through, captivating the audience and leaving a lasting impression. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Professor. Now, let's turn our attention to the competition. We will begin with the science cluster. Allow me to first introduce our esteemed judges and moderator. The first one is Professor Dr. Wong Tin Wui from UiTM. Second judge is Prof. Emeritus Dr. Che Husna Azhari from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Our third judge is Dr. Nozizi Zulkifli from UiTM. And our moderator would be Associate Professor in Senior Technologist Dr. Rumaiza Muhammad Nuruddin from UiTM. There will be a total of 15 videos in this cluster. We will have a break in between. Videos of participants will be showed one by one, followed by 1 minute deliberation. Let's begin with video number 1. Our first participant is Ms. Mariam Azalan from University Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia with the title Women's Health from Mother Nature to Cancer Prevention. Let's welcome.
Behind every successful man is a strong woman who held it all together. She may be your mother, your wife, daughter, or sister. The cervix is one of the most important parts of a woman's reproductive anatomy and also plays a role in where a new life begins. However, cervical cancer ranks as the second most frequent cancer among women between 15 and 44 years of age in Malaysia. Now, can you imagine driving a car at 200 km per hour without seat belts and not equipped with airbags? How horrifying would it be if a crash happened? In the same way as our health, biomedical sciences call this as prevention of cancer, where natural products function as safety precautions to lower the risk of cancer, just like seat belts and airbags. Malaysians have been relying on natural products such as herbs and spices for our general health or ailments, and now we use them for cancer prevention. My research is relatively focused on understanding the role of natural products in the prevention of cervical cancer in order to protect women, which includes me and you. So how do we do it? There are 4 steps to ensure that the herbs are suitable for prevention of cervical cancer. First, screening the anti-cancer properties of the herbs. Second, treating the cancer cells with the herbs, followed by analyzing the ability to kill the cells. And finally, stop the cancer cells from spreading. Here comes the second character of my research, polyamines. Polyamines are produced from amino acids and also abundantly present in all living cells, and they participate in various cellular processes. While in healthy cells, polyamines helps in cell division or regeneration. In cancer, polyamines are like fuels for cancer cells to grow more rapidly. So the herbs plays a role in controlling the ups and downs of polyamine levels, and that affects the growth of cancer cells. In simple words, natural products or herbs acts as the hero in killing the villains, the cancer cells, while protecting innocent citizens, our healthy body cells. Well, we all agree that prevention is better than cure, right? I hope that by the end of my PhD, I'll be able to enlighten others on the importance of benefiting our mother nature eventually saving the lives of women across the world, and be the hero myself. Thank you.
Okay, video number 2. Miss Hanizah Muarifia from University Kebangsaan Malaysia with the topic Sensa, Sensory for Autism Spectrum Disorder. Please welcome.
My work experience at the pediatric clinic has taught me to deal with children with multiple diagnoses and disabilities, such as autism spectrum disorder or ASD. When I see children with ASD, I feel so empathetic because most of them are unable to play even with their own toys and socialize with others. Did you know that children with ASD have persistent difficulties with social communication and interaction? They also have restrictive interests and repetitive patterns of behavior. This is because of the sensory processing disorder or SPD in their brain that reduce their ability to process sensory input from their body and surrounding. Every time I look at them, they really touch my heart. This has inspired me to do my research on children with ASD. In my study, I developed a standardized intervention module known as Sensory for Autism or SENSA. This module is the first module introduced in Malaysia. So what is so special about SENSA? SENSA consists of sensory-based activities which are structured and comprehensive. These activities are first, tactile, such as body brushing with soft terra brush. Second, vestibular, such as bouncing and rocking on gym ball. And third, proprioception, such as shoulder squeeze and massage the body. These activities are purposely selected from previous studies that showed evidence of effective intervention on children with ASD. This module is safe, convenient, and effective. Not just that, the equipment used in Sensa are easily accessible and less expensive. Sensa is also user-friendly. It can be used anywhere, even at home. By using Sensa at home, parents can increase their interaction and bonding with their children. At the same time, Sensa is also cost-effective as parents can save a lot of money for therapy sessions. Ultimately, Sensa can enhance sensory processing, improve play and social skills of children with ASD. It creates fun experience for them while fulfilling their needs and rights. Together, we can build a more inclusive society with Sensa, a new hope for children with ASD. When there is a will, there is a way, so choose Sensa.
Please welcome our third video from Ms. Kanishi Ganesan from University Malaysia Terengganu with the topic Gain Without Pain, Microneedles in Breast Cancer Therapy. Please welcome.
Last year, my aunt was diagnosed with breast cancer and she hated getting injections during chemo. I mean, who wouldn't, right? That got me thinking, what if we could get injections without feeling any pain? Sounds cool, right? That's what my study is all about, microneedles. They are like band-aids with tiny micron-sized needles attached to them, and they are used to deliver drugs through our skin. The needles are so small, they don't even touch our nerves, so they don't hurt. Microneedle could be applied anywhere on our body. And the best thing is, patients can apply it by themselves even at home. In this study, we developed dissolving microneedles for breast cancer, where the drugs integrated in the microneedles are in polymeric nanoparticle formulation, which simply means that the docetaxel, a type of chemotherapy drug commonly used for breast cancer, are wrapped within a polymer layer. This particular polymer is made by a specific bacteria when it is exposed to stressful conditions such as limited nutrients or excess carbon sources. The polymer is also highly biodegradable and biocompatible for use in medical applications. So once we stick the patches on our skin, the needles will slowly dissolve in our body, releasing the nanoparticles to carry out their mission. Then the outer polymer layer dissolves and releases the drugs. This ensures that the drugs accurately target the cancer cells in comparison to other conventional treatment approaches, like in hypodermic injections or oral medications, where the drugs have to travel through the entire body system before they could reach the breast cancer cells. So usually what happens is, along the way, the drugs would accumulate at different organs, kill the healthy cells, and cause more intense side effects. Slow and targeted release of drugs through microneedles ensures a more effective cancer therapy and reduces the intensity of side effects. It is also eco-friendly and cost-effective because the needles will also be dissolved in our skin. So it reduces medical waste and the dependency on medical workers. This study would be even more beneficial for cancer patients to have their treatments from home, especially during pandemic. Since the ultimate goal of cancer therapy is to maximize damage to the cancer cells while minimizing the negative effects, cancer patients can gain without pain with the use of microneedles. So now, when I talk to my aunt, I can proudly say I'm researching towards a painless cancer treatment. Though I can't take the suffering away from cancer patients, I am confident of ensuring they have painless therapy one day. Thank you.
Video number 4 is Mr. Isrul Fizal Saufi Hamizah bin Ibrahim from University Tun Hussein Malaysia with the title Software Testing Goes Cosmic, the Black Hole Algorithm.
How annoying it is when an app crashes while you are ordering your pizza? Well, I have good news for you. There's a solution to this problem which involves something out of this world, a black hole. Today, I want to talk about a familiar problem among software testers in the industry space, making sure complex software systems work efficiently. For those unfamiliar with the term, a black hole is a celestial object with such strong gravitational pull that nothing, not even light, can escape it. And similarly, the black hole algorithm, also known as the black hole optimization algorithm, is a mathematical algorithm that uses gravitational force to solve problems. The black hole algorithm makes complex systems work better by simulating black holes in space. But don't worry, this algorithm won't suck you in and send you to quantum dimensions. It's like a virtual magnet that attracts and absorbs the best test cases while finding new and better ones. This algorithm is like a team of superheroes working on your project without the need for caffeine and endless bug reports. But you might be wondering, how does this help me ensure the quality of my software? Essentially, the algorithm works by simulating the behavior of particles attracted to a black hole. The particles in the algorithm represent the possible solutions to an optimization problem, and the black hole represent the optimal solution. As the particles move closer and closer and closer to the black hole, they experience an increasing gravitational force, which pulls them towards the optimal solution. And just like in real life, the particles closer to the black hole have a higher chance of being put towards it, while the particles further away have a lower chance. By simulating software systems like particles drawn to a virtual black hole, we can find the best test cases, improving software reliability and efficiency to facilitate the industry. The black hole algorithm has been applied successfully to different real-world software testing problems, like optimizing test suites for web apps or detecting faults in industrial control systems. It's like having a Swiss Army knife for software testing, but you get a black hole instead of multiple blades. So next time you're struggling with software testing, remember the black hole algorithm. It's a powerful tool that helps us navigate software development challenges and ensure that our software is of the highest quality. Now, before I wrap up, I want to leave you with a little bit of a humor. They say that in space, no one can hear you scream. But with black hole algorithm, maybe they can hear you optimizing. Thank you for listening, and may the cosmic forces be with you.
Video number 5, Ms. Aiswarya Shankar from University Putra, Malaysia, with the title, The Curse of the Viking Disease.
What comes to your mind when I say Vikings? You think of strong, muscular men with glorious facial hair, right? But all I could think about is this hand condition that has been passed down to us by the Vikings. Imagine your fingers are permanently curled towards your palm, making it impossible to carry out simple tasks like holding a cup or even shaking someone's hand. Sounds scary, right? Well, it is more terrifying that although this disease has existed for centuries, yet there is still no cure or detection method. Is there no way for us to lift this curse? Well, I may not be a magician, but this is where my genetic knowledge comes to play. Picture this. You're sending a text message to your friend and you make a few typos altering its meaning. Worst case scenario, your friend laughs at you. Similarly, our DNA comprises of combinations of letters that gives instructions for the body to work, like a manual. So what happens if there are typos in your manual, the DNA? Your body is unable to function properly and you become a victim of genetic diseases such as the Viking disease. My job here is to identify these typos and let you know if you have a risk of possessing them. Now, you might be wondering, how do I do it? Okay, when you write an essay, you use Grammarly to check for spelling and grammatical errors. Here, I have my spelling checker in the form of a sequencing machine that reads the blood of patients. This machine gives a unique output for each individual. Just like in autocorrect, I'm able to detect the typos in these files. I will then run lab experiments to see how these typos alter biological processes in our body, leading to the Viking disease. With all this data, I am able to pinpoint the typos responsible for the condition. I will then take these typos, scientifically known as biomarkers, and put them in a detection tool. With just a few drops of blood, I can know if anyone possesses the risk of getting the disease. But what happens if the result is positive? Worry not. All you need to do is get preemptive treatment or make some healthy alterations in your lifestyle based on the advice of your physician and genetic counselor. And just like that, the curse of the Viking disease is now lifted. Thank you.
Video number 6, Muhammad Hussaini bin Nadri from University Malaysia Perlis with his title, Breathe Easy with UWB.
Did you know that more than 100 million people worldwide are struggle to get a good sleep at night? You know why? Sleep disorder. It's a common issue that can seriously affect on how you live your life. And most of the time, it's a sign of sleep apnea. But the good news is, scientists have found a way on how to diagnose sleep apnea by monitoring, analyzing the irregularities in the breathing pattern. It's pretty cool, right? However, the current method on tracking breathing while asleep can be real hassle and quite annoying. Why did I say so? Because the gold standard device that used by medical doctor, which is called polysomnography, PSG, involves strapping a bunch of sensors across your body, which make it invasive and uncomfortable, especially if you have sensitive or burn skin. And not to forget, this PSG device is absolutely expensive. If you want to know how much it costs, a full set of PSG device can cost you 100,000 ringgit, which is almost the same cost as Protonet 70. But what if I tell you there's a new way to monitor breathing while you sleep that doesn't involve any physical contact at all? Yes, I'm talking about my research. There's amazing new technology called UWB, ultra-wide band, that allow to monitor breathing without even touching you. So you probably wonder, how does it work, right? Well, this UWB use radio wave to track changes in the chest motion. This happens every time you take a breath. Think of how bats use circulations to move around. This UWB apply the same concept, but as it send out radio wave to the patients, and once they bounce off, we can tell whether the chest is moving or not. And with those information, we can track breathing signal pattern. So again, another question is raised. What set this UWB apart from other valuable devices that can be used to detect breathing as well? The answer is, it is completely non-invasive and comfortable for patients, which is a big plus when it comes to sleep breathing monitoring. It also allows for continuous monitoring all night long, which is essential for detecting sleep disorder like sleep apnea. And the best part, it is highly accurate and reliable. The truth is, our study found out that this UWB able to detect breathing with an error rate less than 5% in comparison with the PSG device. How cool is that? The evidence is clear. UWB is a real game changer in the world of sleep medicine. It's non-invasive, accurate, and allow for continuous monitoring, making it super useful for both patients and medical practitioners. The potential of this device is immense, and it is an exciting area for further explorations and advancement. So thanks for listening, and I hope that you are as excited as I am, because I'm pretty sure this UWB will take sleep breathing monitoring to the next level.
Video number 7, Mr. Nurul Hidayat from University Technology Malaysia with his topic, Turning optical fibers into sensors in just 5 seconds, the future of modern sensor technology.
We often underestimate the power of a few seconds. In just 5 seconds, the world has the capacity to experience a drastic change. Let's see what we can do. Now I want you to think about what you can accomplish in 5 seconds. While you are contemplating, let me share something remarkable with you. In just 5 seconds, I can create something truly groundbreaking, an optical fiber sensor. An optical fiber, which is as thin as a strand of our hair, is a wonderful invention because it utilizes light to carry information. By creating optical fiber sensors, we can develop high-speed sensors because they deliver data at the speed of light. And light, as we all know, is the fastest entity in the entire universe. More importantly, optical fiber sensors are highly sensitive and can detect even the slightest changes in the environment, just like the ability of our eyes to differentiate various colors or our ears to detect different sounds. And the best part is they are immune to any electromagnetic interference, making them ideal for use in challenging environments where traditional sensors may fail. But here's the problem. The conventional methods for making optical fiber sensors are expensive and time-consuming. It can take hours or even days just to create a single sensor. What a big problem. From years to years, scientists have been working to find the solutions, and this is where my research comes into play. By using an economical laser, I have discovered a simple way to transform optical fibers into sensors in just 5 seconds. This technique significantly reduces the fabrication time and also the cost, providing a complete solution. As the saying goes, time is money. But wait, my research doesn't stop here. Application-wise, I have used the optical fiber sensors to measure some chemical concentrations and detect certain types of bacteria. For example, the pathogenic E. coli. Imagine the potential from environmental monitoring to healthcare diagnostics. They hold the key to transforming diverse fields and are promising for the future of modern sensor technology. So, as you contemplate what you can achieve in 5 seconds, remember that I can create a sensor in that very time frame. Hand me an optical fiber, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voila! You got a sensor. I'm Hidayat from UTM. Thank you.
Video number 8, Gao Peru from University Malaysia Sabah with the topic Microplastic found in edible fish leading to health fears.
Food safety is the primary concern for consumers. Among all kinds of food, fish products always occupy a significant place in any discussion of food safety issues due to the increasing consumption of fish. From 1961 to 2018, the global fish consumption increased at an average annual rate of 3.1%. One possible reason for the increase is the consumers' growing awareness of the nutritional value of fish. Fish have been categorized as low-fat, high-quality protein foodstuffs, which contains many nutrients. Meanwhile, fats and oils of fish would boost up immunity against many diseases. This map shows that The total fish consumption per capita varies across countries. We can notice that the map of Malaysia is marked in green, which means the level of fish consumption in Malaysia is high. Therefore, fish safety in Malaysia is especially important. However, fish is vulnerable to many types of hazards. The pollution of microplastic as an emerging hazard in fish has drawn more and more concern of the society. Microplastics have been found worldwide in the marine environment. It is estimated that there are more than 5 trillion plastic debris afloat at sea, and nearly 800 marine species are affected by plastic through entanglement or ingestion. Microplastics have the potential to be transferred to higher trophic levels and will eventually pose a threat to consumers' health. Therefore, it is important to detect the levels of microplastic pollution in fish, especially that can be directly consumed by humans. However, at present, only few studies emphasize the concentration of microplastics in the edible tissues of fish, especially in Southeast Asia. In my study, the concentration of microplastics was investigated in muscle of 7 commonly commercial marine fish species in Kota Kinabalu, Malaysia. The result shows that few microplastics were detected in fish muscle. Thus, it is highly recommended to perform future investigations of microplastic pollution in edible tissues of fish. Concerning the current load of microplastic in fish and the increasing consumption of fish, it is suggested to add microplastic testing into the food safety management systems and adopt mitigation measures to reduce the microplastic pollution in the environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to 10 minutes break for housekeeping purposes. You may use this time to get some refreshment. We'll see you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now proceed with video number 9. Selva Kumar Mararaja from University of Malaya with this topic, Alternative Therapy for Male Infertility.
March 2009 is an unexplainable feeling of overwhelmed joy when I received my firstborn in my. While I was smiling looking at this tiny feet, there were many couples out there struggling for years, hoping to experience this moment of mine someday. In the early days, infertility was always burden on women, but studies have shown that 40 to 50% of this problem is male factor. One of the factors that contribute to male infertility is oxidative stress. What is oxidative stress? It occurs when there is an imbalance between free radicals and antioxidants in your body. High levels of oxidative stress can damage the sperm DNA, membrane lipids, and protein, which eventually decreases sperm motility. Let me simplify this for you. Imagine the sperm is a runner in a marathon. Marathon runner requires energy to maintain consistent speed to the finishing line. In high oxidative stress condition, the energy goes down, the speed of the sperm decreases, and it's unable to reach the finishing line. They over. So, how do we overcome this? In my research, I chose chlorprothobravinum. You can ask me, why chlorprothobravinum? It is such a unique plant that is rich in antioxidant properties. Chlorprothobravinum is one of the Indian herbal medicine that has been traditionally used in the treatment of male impotence, erectile dysfunction, and reduced inflammation. Despite of the reported benefits to men, its ability to overcome the oxidative damage to the testes and sperm has not been fully identified. This unsolved puzzle motivated me to find a solution. This is what I did in my research. The first 7 days, 2% hydrogen peroxide was given orally to male mice to induce oxidative stress. Next 7 days, they were treated with chlorprothobravinum root extract. On day 15, mice were sacrificed, sperm were harvested. I placed the sperm on the macular counting chamber. Poof! I was amazed with what I was seeing. Sperm motility significantly increased. From my findings, I strongly believe chlorprothobravinum could be potentially used as an alternative therapy for male infertility. Dear future dads, if you are one of those who are struggling to have kids, have faith. Chlorprothobravinum will be your alternative ray of hope. Thank you.
Video number 10. Susanna Wong Siu Tin from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris with the topic Flowery Essential Oil-Based Nano-Emulsions as Mosquito Spray Formulations for Fabric Finishes.
What is that little something that buzzes around and gives you the little subtle sting, and yet so deadly? Dengue, malaria, yellow fever, and Zika are the examples of mosquito-borne diseases. In just 137 days of 2023, Malaysia had 40,000 infection cases and 24 deaths due to dengue. There is an average of 292 infection cases daily. Given this situation, what could be the solution that can be served as a powerful defense to these tiny and deadly mosquitoes? In the market, we have countless repellents such as sprays, patches, and bed nets. Do they really solve the problems? In fact, there are also organic derivatives such as lemongrass, catnip, lavender, and geranium used as ingredients to produce repellents. However, as technology advances, even the organic derivatives were found to have discrepancies. Take permethrin, for example, a synthetic derivative from chrysanthemum flowers, whereby its long-term usage leads to headache, dizziness, and nausea. What if I tell you that there is a technology using essential oil-based nano-emulsion as a mosquito repellent spray on the clothing? You may be throwing me another question. Why on clothing? Firstly, the nano-emulsion minimizes skin contact because it's sprayed only on the clothing. Secondly, it is good for those who sweat a lot, and there is no need for you to reapply. Thirdly, this spray is safe for clothing because it uses plant-based polymers as binders. These polymers serve as carriers for the essential oils, providing long-lasting protection against mosquitoes. Most importantly, this innovation benefits people suffering from mosquito-borne diseases endemic. It is also useful for those who love outdoor activities, such as hiking and camping. All in all, the production of this spray is answering the call from Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is good health, well-being, and integrated better management of the World Health Organizations. Thank you.
Okay, video number 11, Ms. Iman Nabila Abdurrahim from University Technology Mara with the topic, A Magic Potion for the Clogged Vessel.
Once upon a time, there was a small town near a river. The townspeople relied on this river for their daily needs, for drinking, bathing, and irrigating their crops. However, as time passed by, the river began to clog with debris, making it harder for the water to flow freely. After a while, the water in the river became overflowed, and the townspeople started to suffer. One day, a wizard came to the town and offered a magic potion. After the magic potion was poured into the river, a magic happened. The water flowed freely again, and they lived happily ever after. the river represents the artery and the water represents the blood. Just like in a healthy body, the blood flows freely, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every part of the body. However, in atherosclerosis, the walls of the arteries become thickened and narrowed due to the buildup of fats. As these fats continue to grow, they block the blood flow through the arteries, just like the debris slowed down the river. When this happens, it can lead to a range of health problems, including heart attack and stroke. Cardiovascular disease affects 17.9 million people, which represents 32% of all global death. Therefore, there is the need to find a solution to this problem. Saffron, a spice usually used to cook rice dishes in Mediterranean countries, was shown to help lower cardiovascular risk factors. In our study, we conducted an experiment using rabbits. The rabbits were given a high cholesterol diet to cause atherosclerosis, and then they were treated with the saffron extracts. So, what did I find? Saffron extracts could lower the bad cholesterol levels in the blood down to 90%. Interestingly, the fats that build up in the artery of the atherosclerotic rabbits given saffron decreased compared to the untreated rabbits. From these results, I believe that saffron could be one of the natural supplements that can be used to treat atherosclerosis. Harmful diseases such as heart attack and stroke could be prevented, and our community will be stronger and healthier. Just like the magic potion cleaned the river from the debris, saffron also acts as a magic potion to clear away the fats in the arteries. Saffron, a magic potion for the clogged vessel.
Video number 12, Ms. Ria Samia Ahmad from University Science Malaysia with the topic, Can a single tooth be a source of human identification?
Let us take a moment to go back in history. 2004 tsunami, Indonesia. 2005 earthquake, Pakistan. 2010, Haiti. 2011, Japan. An earthquake shook the islands, followed by a tsunami, taking thousands of lives away, never to be found again. The families couldn't find the deceased loved ones because there was no traces of identification. Now, Interpol has declared DNA, fingerprints, and teeth as the primary identifiers, but the disasters, whether they're accidental, criminal, or natural, may end up with human bodies that are so badly decomposed that there are no traces of fingerprints, DNA, or even the face recognition. So how to identify the victim? This is where forensic dentistry comes into action. You know what's the hardest structure of our human body? Our teeth that are highly resistant to decomposition. Usually the teeth are compared in the antemortem and the postmortem dental records to find something that matches, like any prosthesis, filling, missing teeth to confirm the identity. Like Adolf Hitler's body was identified by comparing the dental treatments in his antemortem and postmortem records. But luck may not be the same every time. Maybe all the teeth of the victim were sound and healthy, and there are no traces of treatments to match. So what we did is that we tried to look for some unique structure on the healthy tooth surfaces that we could compare to match the identity. You might have noticed those tiny pits and fissures and the ups and downs on the chewing surfaces of your teeth. They are different in every person, thanks to the genetics and the environmental influences. So our hypothesis was, like no two fingerprints are alike, no two chewing surfaces of the teeth are alike. From 90 subjects, one examiner made 750 different pairs of the chewing surfaces belonging to the same subject by duplicating them or by matching them with some other subject. Then in each pair, the two chewing surfaces were overlapped and compared using the 3D software to see if we can detect whether they belong to the same subject or two different persons. We were able to identify all the matched and the non-matched pairs correctly, and our results proved that the chewing surfaces of the teeth are 100% unique. This is the first novel study that was successful to determine how using a single surface of a single tooth, we can identify a person. So you see, your teeth not only give you a beautiful smile, but also give you a personal identity, which is unique to every person, just like our fingerprints, our DNA, and our IC numbers. Thank you.
Video number 13, Aisyah Baidul Hisham from University Islam Antarabangsa, Malaysia, with her topic From COVID-19 to Post-COVID-19, Finding the Road Signages.
Do you remember? Once upon a time, the roads were empty, the streets were quiet, and even the planes were not flying. I'm sure you still remember those times when the world has stopped due to COVID-19. Up until now, more than 700 million cases were recorded and reaching up to 6.9 million deaths globally. Scary numbers, right? But don't worry, the scary part has already passed and we are moving on with our lives. But wait, not everyone can move on. According to a study, among 10 COVID patients, one patient is still ill even after 3 months. They have prolonged or even new symptoms which were unexplained by other causes. They still have cough, difficulty in breathing, fatigue, and even impaired in brain function. Now, this is what we call as post-COVID syndrome. Not everyone here who had COVID went to the hospital, right? Some of us stayed at home because we don't have any symptoms or just having a mild one. But unfortunately, post-COVID syndrome may affect anyone regardless of the severity of initial infection. So beware. What happened then? You cannot do your house chores as usual. It affects your studies. You miss your work, and some may lose your jobs because you are being unhealthy and unfit for a long time. Currently, due to its wide range of symptoms, it's difficult to exclude everything else and diagnose post-COVID syndrome. By the time patient has been diagnosed, it's already too late to start intervention and rehabilitation. Our challenge now is to identify and diagnose post-COVID syndrome as early as possible.
But how can we do it? One way to do it is to find protein markers. What are those? These are substances produced by our body in response to COVID-19 virus, and it can be the indicator that our body is progressing into post-COVID syndrome. Imagine being in a road trip. It will be really helpful if we have this signage that can show us the way, right? Similarly, these protein markers can be the sign that can guide us towards the diagnosis of post-COVID syndrome. So, in my research, I'm analyzing these proteins and compared them between three groups. The healthy one, post-COVID syndrome patient, and those who had COVID but did not progress into post-COVID syndrome. What are the differences? What makes them different? These are the questions that I anticipate to answer. I'm really hopeful that we could find the protein markers that can help us to diagnose post-COVID syndrome more efficiently. And in long term, we might be able to develop drugs that can modify this protein so that we can reverse the disease progression. In the end, our goal is to detect early, start early intervention, and to stop the disease progression so that finally everyone can move on from COVID-19 for good.
Video number 14, Wan Muhammad Iqbal Wan Muhammad Kamaruzaman from University Malaysia Terengganu with this topic, Healing from Nature, Plant-Based Self-Repairing Coatings.
Greetings everyone, my name is Wan Muhammad Iqbal bin Wan Muhammad Kamaruzaman, and today I am thrilled to share with you about my research on developing self-healing and anti-corrosion coatings using plant extract. As we all know, corrosion is a major problem that costs the global economy billions of dollars every year. In fact, even in the early 2000s, the cost of corrosion in Malaysia was estimated to be 6.7 billion ringgit. And although traditional coatings can help to reduce this problem, they often contain toxic chemicals that harm the environment. That is why I set out to create more effective and sustainable solution. After years of research, I have developed a new type of coating that uses microcapsules containing plant extract that can automatically repair itself. When the coating is damaged, the microcapsules detect the changes in their surrounding environment and release the extract, which then triggered the self-healing mechanism. But that is not all. This self-healing mechanism is unlike anything we have seen before. The plant extract contains natural compounds that have high antioxidant and antimicrobial properties. These natural compounds are exposed to the corrosive environment when it is damaged and react with the corrosive agents like salt water or acid. They then react with the corrosion byproduct and seal the crack, preventing further damage. It is like magic. But what is even more exciting is the potential application of this technology. Just imagine a world where bridges, buildings, and pipelines that can automatically repair itself without any manual intervention. It is not a science fiction. It is a reality that we can achieve with this innovative technology. And the best part, the plant that is used in our coatings are locally sourced, making our technology both effective and sustainable. We are proud to say that our coatings can protect critical infrastructure, support local economies, and boost the environmental responsibility among the people. We didn't stop there. In our laboratory, we have also been exploring with different type of plants with different characteristics. By diversifying the type of plant we use, we can create a coating that is more efficient and versatile. In conclusion, my research on developing self-healing and anti-corrosion coatings offers a promising new approach to protect critical infrastructure. By harnessing the protective properties of the plants and developing new microcapsule technology, we can create a better future. Thank you for listening. And remember, with our self-healing coatings, we can save billions of dollars every year. And maybe, just maybe, that money can be given to us so that we can create a more better future. Thank you.
Ya, Cik. Okay.
Okay, we are down to our final video from Ms. Nurdamia Iwani Zulkifli from UITM with her topic Geometric Morphometric Unlocking the Gender Mystery of the Deaf.
Hi, this is a story about Bob, a construction worker. One day, Bob spotted a human skull when he was digging a hole at a construction site. Immediately, Bob alarmed the police and all the construction works were stopped. A few days later, Bob saw on the news that the skull was actually belonged to a man that was reported missing last year. But Bob wondered, how does the gender establish by only using the skull? This is where forensic expert plays a role, analyzing the bone to tell its gender. Conventionally, the gender of the deceased is determined by measuring the length of the bone. However, that method is less reliable. So this triggered me to spark a new idea using a new method called geometry morphometry on the cavity within the skull to determine gender. Basically, geometry morphometry is a method to analyze shape of the bone. So now, let us talk about how it works. How do I turn the skull's cavity into a gender identifier of unknown disease? What I did was, I collected skull x-rays and landmarks were applied onto the skull's cavity and the shape difference between gender were analyzed. And guess what? I found the golden key with two important findings. Firstly, there is a significant shape difference of the skull's cavity between men and women, where the skull's cavity for the men tend to appear more protruded than women. Secondly, when I performed the gender classification accuracy, I found that the classification rate to be 80% accurate. So, the next time you find a skull, remember geometry morphometry is the key to uncover the gender of unknown disease. And what is more, this will be a new breakthrough in the forensic field and could be a great aid for our national forensic team to unlock the gender mystery of the dead. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now allow the judges and the moderators to finalize the marks. We will take a 10 minutes break. moderator. We have with us today Associate Professor Dr. Waziha Wahi from UKM, Mrs. Siti Azura Shamsuddin from Manaraya. We have Mrs. Azawati Zeno Abidin from TV3. And our moderator for this morning is Associate Professor Dr. Ashinida Aladdin from UKM. A total of 19 videos will be presented. We will show the video followed by 1 minute deliberation time for each video. Now, let's proceed to our first video. From Premjit Singh from UIAM, University Islam Antarabangsa, Malaysia, with its title, Reviving Financial Stability, Non-Performing Loans.
According to a 2019 report by the International Monetary Fund, global debt has reached an all-time high of $188 trillion, which is more than 230% of the world's gross domestic product. This indicates that debt is a pervasive issue across many countries and societies. However, debt is not a bad thing if it is managed well. Now, imagine a world where banks can't lend, businesses can't grow, and individuals can't borrow. This is the harsh reality of non-performing loans, or NPLs, which threatens to destabilize our financial systems and impede economic growth. In my research, I tackle this challenge head-on by formulating a legal and regulatory framework for NPL sales that promotes financial stability and spurs economic recovery. One may wonder what exactly is non-performing loans or NPLs. NPL occurs when a borrower of a loan product is in default due to the fact that the borrower has missed the scheduled payments for a period of time. However, definitions differ across jurisdictions, and there's no uniformity in the definition across banking regulations in a global context. It is inferred that a globally harmonized NPL definition and classification system would provide a common framework and understanding for identifying and reporting NPL ratios across different continents and countries. The European Banking Authority and Basel Committee on Banking Supervision have issued model definitions as an initiative to harmonize the definition. A clear legal framework and regulatory requirements would significantly enhance the viability of market-led NPL resolution across all types of products, conventional and Sharia. A clear legal and regulatory framework will shorten the sale and purchase process, reduce the discount factor, and improve the overall outcome of NPL sales. The proposed framework examines various areas, such as, but not limited to, ownership transfer method in accordance to Sharia laws, purchasing entity requirements, data protection laws, interest and fees component, regulatory reporting requirements, customer credit bureau scoring, to name a few. There's much more work to be done, and this research could bring immense change. I hope that my PhD will help in reviving financial stability. Thank you.
Video number 2. Izati binti Yusof from University Kebangsaan Malaysia with the title #Breast Cancer Cure, Fact or Fake.
Have you seen this kind of online advertisement? #breast cancer cure. No chemotherapy, just a single pill to cure breast cancer. Sounds too good to be true, right? But for those who are desperate, this sounds like a beacon of hope. Advertisements that promote false breast cancer cure like this are a public health concern. They contain false information or misinformation that can mislead patients and cause them to stop taking the medical treatment. So, what happens when they choose to take this alternative treatment instead of conventional treatment? Studies show that breast cancer patients who chose alternative treatment had a 5-fold increase in the risk of death. We don't want that for our patients, do we? Therefore, for my research, I developed an education module for breast cancer patients in order to improve patient adherence to conventional treatment, especially for hormone therapy. To do this, I interviewed breast cancer patients to understand their information-seeking behavior. Majority of them looked for information from the internet because of its convenience. However, not all patients were able to judge the accuracy of the information that they found, which led them to choose these alternative treatments. I also searched for online misinformation related to breast cancer treatment. Using a technique called web scraping in Python, I collected more than 6,000 posts in Twitter in both English and Malay languages. My study was the first that made a direct comparison of misinformation in these two languages. Surprisingly, I discovered that more than 50% of the tweets contain misinformation, with 3 times more misinformation in Malay compared to English. And guess what? Tweets by product sellers were 4 times more likely to contain misinformation, and most of them were also in Malay language. The results show that our patients are at risk and something needs to be done so that they don't become victims to these unethical advertisements. In the module I developed, I highlighted the importance of filtering information from any health-related advertisements. I want to teach patients the characteristics of misinformation, how to find reliable information, as well as their rights as consumers. According to the Malaysian law, sellers are not allowed to advertise a health product with the claim that it can cure certain chronic illnesses, including cancer. It is actually illegal, and patients need to know this. My findings show that we need to embrace a more all-rounded approach to patient education. Instead of just telling them about their medicine, patients also need to have the ability to identify the facts from the fakes so that they are empowered to make better health decisions. This is important to ensure that they do get access to the real #breast cancer cure.
Video number 3. Noraini Hussein from University Technical Malaysia with the topic Developing You Emails, Improving English Language Competency Among Technical and Vocational Students.
TVET graduates lack of self-confidence. They don't have the language skills and they cannot interact and communicate effectively. As a teacher, it is upsetting when we keep getting these kind of statements. I'm asking myself again and again, how can I help? In what way can I contribute and help them be better? I believe that the lack of English language competency among these students can be improved if we have the right instructional model to help them. My study is focusing on the development of the UIMELS, Ubiquitous Instructional Model of English Listening and Speaking for TVET students. What is ubiquitous? Ubiquitous stands for anywhere, anytime. In my context, learning English anywhere and anytime using the right platform and the right learning tools. Now, what is an instructional model? It is a term that describes the structure of teaching strategies, methods, activities, and that address specific instructional goals and objectives. This is one of the most important elements in teaching and learning process that provide direction for the achievement of educational goals. First of all, I will look at 3 existing instructional models. The EDI model is a fundamental and simplified instructional system design model. The SRIO model is an internet-based instructional design focusing on interactivity or interaction involving learners with the content, and last but not least, the OTIL model that has online instruction and systematic orientation that applies interactive listening teaching with a task-based approach. Adding up to the fundamental research, I also look at ubiquitous language learning environment, ULLE, focusing on the good characteristic of these specific environment. Combining this into UIMELS, I am hoping that I can provide my students, TVET students as a whole, the right ubiquitous instructional model integrating all the important elements. Our very own ULearn as the LMS, Learning Management System, suitable and sufficient material, a good assessment and evaluation standard, and a very supportive learning environment. As the saying goes, nothing great will ever come easy. I know it will cost me hard work, but with my students as my aspiration and motivation, this is possible. It can be done, and I know I can help my students be better. Thank you.
Video number 4, Zaifuddin Zairo from University Malaysia Terengganu with the topic, The Influence of Auditor Narcissism on Audit Quality.
My name is Zaifuddin Zainal and my 3-minute thesis title is The Influence of Auditor Narcissism on Audit Quality. Auditors perform their role in providing reasonable assurance to the public and users of the financial statement. However, some corporate scandals have decreased the user trust in the auditor of certified public accounting firms. Auditor quality remains the issue to the auditor over the years, which is facing liability from the negligence, such as recent case of KPMG in 2022 that has been sued for more than 7 billion ringgit by the plaintiff. A report from MIA Investigation Committee dated 31st March 2021 highlighted that there are 124 cases related to the audit quality and invalid practicing qualification.
It demonstrates the sustaining and reliable audit committee continues to be the challenge in Malaysia, emphasizing the critical nature of audit firm commitment to continuous improvement. There are several factors contributed to the audit quality, and one of it is the auditor personality. This study will focus on one auditor personality, which is auditor narcissism that might influence the audit quality. The majority study of audit quality has most concentrated on the external factors. However, the internal aspects such as auditor personality have given less attention. There is a limited research done focusing on the impact of the auditor personality on audit quality. Auditor personality characteristic mainly on the narcissism has recently received an attention of accounting researchers. Narcissistic auditors were found to be authoritative, entitlement, and self-sufficiency. Auditors, like anyone else, have diverse characteristics with different levels of narcissism and will influence their audit work. Narcissistic auditors frequently plan their decision, making them more likely to take changes in achieving the objective without fear of failure. Narcissistic auditors are more motivated to defend the stakeholder interests, resulting in the better audit quality. This perhaps shown that the auditor personality could be the major influence in the level of audit quality in Malaysia, and through this study, it can reduce the gap in determining the factors influencing the audit quality, and regulators are able to develop a remedial action plan that is a more holistic, precise, and tailored in the approach to resolve the identified root that causes become the motivation of this study. This study will look into the influence of the three mediating factors between narcissism and audit quality, which is the auditor competency, self-efficacy, and professional skepticism, by using 150 auditors in Malaysia as a main respondent. This study might enhance the literature in accounting research, thus introducing a new theory to the auditor narcissism and audit quality. That's all from me. Thank you.
Video number 5. Aizatul Hani Abdul Hamid from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia with the topic, A Model for Harmonious Living in Low-Cost Flats in Malaysia.
Imagine living in a low-cost flat where people of different ethnicities and backgrounds are living closely together. Despite this diversity, there is a lack of unity in the community, which leads to misunderstandings and conflict. As a resident in the community, how can you help to improve the situation? I strongly believe that humanistic values can play a critical role in fostering unity. Humanism is a lifestyle that emphasizes the importance of human dignity, compassion, and empathy. By promoting these values, we can create a sense of shared identity and belonging among community members regardless of their background. I aim to understand how humanism values can be developed and implemented in low-cost flat communities to improve unity. Specifically, I aim to identify the values, practices, and factors of humanism in the low-cost flat community. So, to achieve this objective, I decide to approach the low-cost flat communities in the 4 crucial zones in West Malaysia, which are Johor Bahru, Kuala Lumpur, Penang, and Kuala Terengganu. We interviewed 40 individuals using the group decision-making approach From this, we propose a humanistic values model for harmonious living in the low-cost flat communities, which involve 3 key stages. The first stage is individual development, where community members are encouraged to cultivate positive character traits such as honesty and politeness. The second stage is enhancing the brotherhood spirit that can overcome differences and promote cooperation and trust by treating everyone as a family. The third stage is social solidarity, where the community works together to improve their well-being by promoting respect and tolerance. So, how are these values and practices can be developed and sustained? First is individual factors such as upbringing and life experiences, as well as social factors such as community norms and peer influence. Then, government policies and programs can play a critical role in promoting humanism values by creating supportive environments that foster social cohesion. In conclusion, our research suggested the importance of humanistic values and practices by fostering supportive environment that encourage unity among community members. Our model provides valuable insight for policymakers, community leaders, and residents in line with the 5 pillars. We seek to build stronger, more cohesive, and harmonious communities that embrace a diversity towards a developed nation. Remember, humanity makes us human. Thank you.
Video number 6, Sharifah Shakila Syed Saharuddin from University Utara Malaysia with the topic Leadership Lingo, to lead or not to lead.
Sometimes I find it funny that when we were little, we had cartoon characters as role models. Like when I was 5, I really wanted to be Ariel from The Little Mermaid. Yes, I wanted to have a mermaid tail and swim all day. That was the dream. But as I reached 14 and entered school, it was a totally different story. I remember the moment being awestruck at this 17-year-old senior who was our head girl. From the way she walked, how she dressed, and her demeanor, she was captivating. But the most intriguing and fascinating thing that I found about her was the way that she spoke. Anything that came out from her mouth was quite literally the law. Every word that she uttered seemed to hold immense weight and influence. I couldn't help but wonder, why is she so different? How does she make people listen? What are the words that she uses or the way that she speaks that's so appealing? Now, these questions have stayed with me and inspired me to delve deeper in cracking the code of leadership lingo among student leaders. That is the core of my PhD research. Since the 20th century, leadership studies have been done primarily focusing on leaders' effectiveness. In regards to this, language is often ignored. People do not see language as something important that can exert power, fuel dispute, or even break conflict. But in truth, language can control everything. And a big part of leadership stems in the word choices of leaders. In my study, I have spoken to over 40 student leaders from all over Malaysia and interviewed them in groups and individually. I gathered data and observe them through their own narratives and their daily routines. All this to see and to explore their side of the story and understand their version of leadership better. As the world continues to evolve from cashless payment, wireless internet, to ChatGPT and AI, it is still crucial for leaders to be, well, human. In the end, leadership still needs that human touch, specifically in how one leader speaks. That is why I believe that it is timely for us to be able to groom every child as leaders for the future. And I hope my research will help kickstart this conversation. As an old friend of mine by the name of Noam Chomsky used to say, the most effective way to wield power is through language. Thank you.
Video number 7, Nadia Shuhada Abdan Nasir from University Putra Malaysia with the topic Overcoming Dyslexia with the Fantastic Four.
Tom Cruise, Will Smith, Oprah, and our famous influencer in Malaysia, Dato Alif Shukri. They all have something in common, which is dyslexia. Individuals diagnosed with dyslexia are known as dyslexics. What is dyslexia? Dyslexics find it difficult to match letters and sounds, also known as phonemes. They have trouble recognizing them. For example, the basic sounds like B in bed and P in pet are often confused with one another. Sometimes they even see letters moving around when they're reading. Imagine our children bullied by their friends at school. That word's easy. You read slow. What's wrong with your brain? Do you see a special doctor because you're dumb? It is very sad when people make fun of our children. But worry not, the Fantastic Four is here. The Fantastic Four that I'm talking about are our eyes, ears, body movement, and sense of touch. They can be used as a method for dyslexics to identify alphabets and sounds of words. Here's how it works. First, when I introduce any letter to dyslexic children, I also show them the shape of that letter so they can see. Next, I also tell them a story about that letter. They need to listen carefully. For example, the story of the letter P. The letter P has a long and skinny body and it has one ear. The letter P sounds like P. When I said P, there were several movements in my mouth. I also engage them to write and trace the letter on their tabletop or sands using their fingers. So all those senses are engaged at the same time. As a result, children's sensory systems and brains are enhanced, allowing them to function better. Take Muhammad Ali and Steve Jobs, for instance. Although they were dyslexic, their contributions to the world were amazing. One day, our dyslexic children too will be superhero, thanks to the Fantastic Four.
Video number 8. Nazi Mahendru from Multimedia University with the topic Enhancing Student Learning Outcomes in an AR-supported experiential learning classroom.
Learning. Learning is like building a house. Now you must be wondering why I'm using this metaphor at this time and what is the connection between a house and a learning. So let me tell you, like a house is built brick by brick, similarly, learning is also done information by information. In case of a house, you need a very strong foundation so that it can last a lifetime. Similarly, in case of learning also, you need a very strong foundation so that the concepts are retained in your mind forever. In case of learning, what is that one thing that provides this foundation? Let me tell you that this foundation is provided by experience. Experience is that one thing that turns your information into learning. And this is retained in your mind as a memory. So, keeping this in perspective, I am bringing experience to my classes for my students so that they can also retain their concepts forever. And for this, what better than David Cope's experiential learning theory that was introduced in the year 1984. But then many educators, many lecturers have already been using this concept in their classes. They have been taking their students out in the fields to let them experience the real-time implementation of these concepts in the industry. So what's so different in my research? So for this, let me take you back 2-3 years when COVID-19 pandemic came into being and all the teaching and learning had to be shifted online overnight. At that time, the educators were worried. Now, how will they bring this experience to their classes? If similar situation happens in future, how will their students experience their concepts in real time? Now, this is where my research comes in. So I have taken up a very interesting, engaging, immersive technology that is on boom these days. And that technology is augmented reality, AR. AR is known to superimpose the information onto the natural surroundings in the form of 2D and 3D objects, which lets its users, now in this case the learners, to engage with the learning process. They not just engage, but they feel immersed in the learning process, they feel motivated, and they can even collaborate with their classmates. And so, keeping this in perspective, I have developed an AR application that will let my students engage with their learning process, feel immersed, feel motivated. They can even apply their critical thinking skills during the learning process and collaborate with their teammates. And with this, I not only aim to add a dimension to the AR learning process, but also a dimension to my theory as well. And before I wrap up, I would like to leave a question for you all. That being educators, what experience would you like to leave for your students so they not just remember you, but also remember their concepts? Thank you very much.
Video number 9. Chitra Ramayani from University of Malaysia, Kelantan, with the topic, the study on the adoption of accounting information system in private higher learning institution in Indonesia.
Hello everyone, I want to talk about my research. My research in Indonesia. In Indonesia, there are two types of university based on management status, namely state university and private university. State university and private university have the same goal to educate the nation's children. State university are university led or and additional coordinated by the public authority. Private university manage all operation independently. Government is only responsibility and the supervisor of the best purpose of the edition estate by the National Accreditation or BAN. The assessment instrument by BAN are the same. One of the components that will be assessment by BN is related to finance aspect. So many issue is the application of accounting information system in private university is influenced by many factors. There include work experience, training of accounting, task complexity, budget allocation, accounting knowledge, social norm, ease of use, usefulness, behavior, intention. So we have hypotheses. The first hypothesis, the word experience, training of accounting, task complexity, budget allocation, accounting knowledge, social norm, ease of use, has a positive significant effect on the accounting information system usefulness. And the second hypothesis, the usefulness has a positive and significant effect on the behavior intention of accounting information system. The last hypothesis, behavior intention has a positive effect on the actual use of accounting information system. Class. Thank you.
We will now take a 5 minutes break for housekeeping purposes. You may use this time to get yourself some refreshments. We will see you in a bit. Thank you. We will now proceed with our next video number 10. Noliana Zakaria from University Technology Malaysia with the topic Healing, Unlock the Puzzle.
Hello everyone. Are you stressed? Feeling bad? Try to go to the beach, but you do not find peace. Try to go to the mountain, but you still do not find the solution. Why? Why? And why? I'm Liana. Let me take you through a journey to healing. I will tell you the reason why some people still struggle to get their inner peace even after trying many ways. Do you know that in Malaysia, 1 in 3 people suffer from or are at risk of developing a mental health problem? According to Tan Sri Lamtai, mental illness will be the second biggest health problem affecting Malaysians after heart disease. Everywhere you look today, people are stressed out. A lot of them reach a breaking point and sink into depression. It is happened because some people make a mistake in managing their emotional and mental issues to get the right healing, which means people do not really find and understand the precise strategies when they want to heal themselves. That's the aim. In my PhD study, I will unveil the power of coping strategies. People often rely on ineffective coping methods, failing to process stress adequately. This raises questions about why some individuals successfully employ certain coping strategies while others do not. To address this gap, my research study explored the relationship between personality types, coping strategies, and psychological well-being. Through my research finding to 380 employees in manufacturing sectors, it shows the result that coping strategies act as partial mediator. They provide evidence that during significant life changes or negative situations, effective coping strategies can help people to keep a positive self-image, emotional equilibrium, and great psychological well-being effect. For the sake of information, there are 2 main types of coping skill: problem-focused coping and emotion-focused coping. People differ style of coping or prefer use certain coping strategies over others. These differences in coping style usually reflect differences in personality. Know your personality types will help you know whether you fit into problem-focused or emotion-focused strategies that align with your preferences and needs. In fact, implementing effective coping strategies seems that you unlock the puzzles of the healing journey. Remember, healing is the greatest comeback. So please be good to yourself and for you to love you. That's all from me. Thank you.
Video number 11, Cyril Modili from University Malaysia Sabah with the topic Local TV Shows, Cultural Identity.
Am I represented enough in local TV shows? Is my cultural identity properly represented in Malaysian TV shows? Let me tell you my story. We don't have electricity or television in our house until I'm 15 years old. Everything I need to know about my culture can be found around me. As a Dusun who grew up in Sabah, I assumed that everyone shared my cultural identity, but obviously that is not the case. We used to go to our cousin's house to watch movies on television during that time. Watching those movies makes me feel like an outsider because none of the characters resemble me and clearly do not speak my language. None of the lifestyle, customs, or beliefs are similar to mine. In today's world, we are easily influenced, especially the youth. Previous research said that the youth are the most curious and vulnerable to being influenced by the outside world. In Malaysia, 94% of youth are reported to watch and subscribe to streaming services to entertain themselves. Globalization has made it easier for media from all over the world to reach more people, giving youth access to a broader range of cultural representation than ever before. Thus, the rise of digital media has significantly influenced how the youth experience and construct their cultural identities. However, the abundance of media content has raised concern about the erosion of local cultural identity. So I'm curious if local TV shows accurately portray my cultural identities in real life. So I began my research by analyzing selected local TV shows and led a focus group discussion with the Kadazan Dusun youth. I discovered that selected local TV shows portray only a portion of Kadazan Dusun cultural identity. The youth also complained that their cultural identities are not adequately represented in such shows, especially the use of language and lifestyle as a Kadazan Dusun. So they don't watch our local TV shows anymore. They prefer to learn about their cultural identity from alternative TV platforms. They prefer live shows such as cultural festivals and content that is only to their taste. So what next? My findings suggest that the industry should pay attention to these issues to help promote local culture to a larger society. This will help the youth shape their cultural identity and promote intercultural understanding. So, do you think you are represented enough in our local TV shows?
Video number 12. Wando Farah Samsudin from University Malaysia Pahang with the topic Integrating Virtual Reality to Reduce Interview Anxiety and Increase Interview Performance.
Sweaty palms, rapid heartbeats, shaky voices. Here are some of the things that we may experience in a job interview. Maybe it's the fear of negative evaluation or the fear of being judged gets the best of us. People always say, practice makes perfect. Try speaking in front of the mirror. Guys, this is not like delivering a speech or like me doing these 3-minute theses. A job interview is often perceived as a much more scarier task because it's a two-way communication that needs an interviewer and an interviewee. I teach students interview skills. And trust me, when it comes to asking them what to do, when not to do an interview, they're very good at it. But when it comes to an actual mock job interview skills, a lot of them flopped. They could not even answer to the easiest question like, tell us about yourself. I view this as a problem, and my research seeks to approach these two challenges. Number one, I'm trying to reduce their interview anxiety. Number two, I'm trying to increase their interview performance. And to do that, I'm using virtual reality. Yep, the cutting edge technology, virtual reality. I choose virtual reality because I believe that virtual reality will create this immersive experience that is distraction-free for the students to practice their interview skills in a much more focused approach. To do that, I'm creating two virtual reality games. The first one will feature a group of native English speakers as the interviewers from a multinational company. The second game will feature a group of Malaysian speakers as the interviewers speaking in local English accents. This is very important because interaction with native speakers versus non-native speakers may induce different levels of anxieties. We're very proud to say that our VR games are the very first few ever produced with local Malaysian context. And we believe that many people out there will benefit from our VR games because they can practice commonly asked questions in an interview with the help of our AI-powered interviewers. So guys, no more fears, no more tears of facing your next job interview because you can simply practice your interview skills using our VR games at your own time, pace, and convenience. Because our VR games have everything you need to succeed.
Video number 13, Erna Farina Muhammad from University Tenaga Nasional with the topic Pathway to Net Zero, Empowering Energy Efficiency for a Low Carbon Economy.
Isn't it scorching hot in our country these days? And there's also occasional bouts of heavy rainfall. Do you guys have any idea why is it? Yes, it is mainly because of the influence of climate change, which primarily caused by human activities. One of the main factors contributing to climate change is the release of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. Energy demand, particularly from the industries and the transportation sector, is a significant cause of carbon emissions. As energy demand increases, the use of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas also increases, resulting in more carbon emissions. Despite the environmental implications, energy consumption remains a critical component of economic growth and development, particularly for a developing country such as Malaysia, where over 90% of its energy consumption comes from fossil fuel. However, numerous studies indicate that energy efficiency can play a vital role in mitigating carbon emissions. It is about using energy more effectively and efficiently to reduce waste and improve productivity. For example, using more efficient equipment and appliances, like those 4- and 5-star appliances. It is also important to consider the impact of economy on carbon emissions, as the relationship between carbon emissions, energy efficiency, and economy is complex. For reducing carbon emissions through energy efficiency measures can have beneficial economic impacts. However, transitioning to a low carbon economy can also have adverse economic impacts, particularly in industries that rely heavily on fossil fuels. On top of that, the extent to which energy efficiency measures can reduce carbon emissions also depend on the overall structure of the economy and the level of the energy demand. Therefore, my study focuses on analyzing the interrelation between carbon emissions, energy efficiency, and also the economy. My aim is to investigate the short-term and long-term impacts of these variables asymmetrically using econometric modeling. Preliminary findings shows that energy efficiency and some of the crucial economic indicators have a substantial impact on carbon emissions. So what is the significance behind this study? Understanding the impacts of energy efficiency on carbon emissions is essential in developing comprehensive policies to address climate change and also to achieve the net zero aspiration. It is also a valuable undertaking for the policymakers as it could help resolve the trade-off dilemma surrounding the simultaneous pursuit of economic goal and environmental goal in Malaysia. Thank you.
Video number 14. Hit Xiaze Che from University Malaya with the topic Linguistic Identity Among English-Speaking Malaysian Chinese.
What makes an Englishman English? A Malay lady Malay? Or a Chinese boy Chinese? Some of the answers floating in our heads might include their food, tradition, clothing, festivals, and more often than not, language. Language has been deemed as a vital part of a culture, with poems like "First kill the language, then the culture," signifying the importance of a language to its culture. In a local Malaysian context, history has presented its evidence of community leaders using language as a unifying factor for its ethnic and sub-ethnic groups. But what if there exists a community whose first language is not the language of the ethnicity they conventionally belong to? This is the case of the English-speaking Malaysian Chinese, more commonly known locally as the bananas, yellow on the outside, white on the inside. In my quest to explore the identity amongst members of this community, I listen to stories of them learning a second language, stories of them struggling with Mandarin, stories of them interacting with members of the local communities, and stories of how languages played a part in their lives. I then code the stories into themes of how they view themselves, how they view others, and how they view languages. So what is the identity amongst members of this community? And what are their attitudes and ideologies towards languages? Although the data collection is still ongoing, early insights show that they defy the societal view of language as a heritage. In their case, they view Mandarin, their quote-unquote heritage language, as simply another language. And the motivation of learning it stems from added economic or communication advantage, rather than the factors of culture or heritage. To put it simply, they view Mandarin the same way they view Portuguese, Japanese, or Swedish, as simply another language. As for themselves, some view that language has nothing to do with their ethnic identity, while some negotiated and say it's okay that they don't identify themselves as Chinese at all, and that their identity as a Malaysian and a global citizen takes precedence. So why do this research, you may ask? My research can inform us of the intricacies and fluidity of identity in relation to language. It breaks the current societal narrative of if you're Chinese, you better learn Mandarin, and reveal the complexity in the way languages play out in a linguistically and culturally complex society in Malaysia. Before I go, allow me to pose this question to you. What makes you, you? Thank you.
Video number 15, Punitha Vili Mariappan from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris with the topic a model co-in art in empowering art education among inclusive education students.
Have you ever encountered students who are passive, lack interaction, and are slow in the classroom? Teaching in an inclusive education program is a challenging task, especially for art education teachers. The problem with traditional art education program is that they often miss out on students with disabilities. These students may struggle with fine motor skills, visual impairments, or other challenges that make participating in conventional classroom activities difficult. As a result, they miss out on the benefits of art education. Every student has a unique set of learning needs. An inclusive education program aims to meet those needs. However, even within this program, some students still struggle to participate actively in the classroom. I found that lack of socialization and appropriate learning resources was a significant cause of this issue. So, what is the solution? I have developed Co-in Art teaching model. It is designed to address these challenges by integrating cooperative learning and technology. Cooperative learning is a teaching strategy involving students working in small groups to achieve a common goal. Telegram, Google Meet, and MindMaster helps in technology collaboration and empowers all students in art education to unleash their creativity. Disabilities no longer hinder participation. Instead, technology facilitates creativity and inclusion, improving educational outcomes. The impact of art education is crucial for special needs students as it fosters holistic development, while cooperative learning and technology application enrich their participation and engagement. Thus, Co-in Art possesses this powerful combination that nurtures personal development, artistic skills, and inclusive learning environments for special needs students. As educators, it's our responsibility to ensure that all students have access to quality education. So, let's work together to create a more inclusive and equitable education system that harmonizes with zero reject policy. Hence, no child is left behind. Thank you.
Video number 16. Nur Shazadiana Suraini from University Science Malaysia with the topic, Can we redesign public schools with passion and empathy?
Wobbly chairs, chipping old panes, stuffy and overcrowded classrooms. If these sound familiar, you probably spent your education years in a local public school, like many of us did. While it may not be the best condition to learn in, you could perhaps recall some initiatives then to make your school feel, sound, and look better. Guess what? The effort never stops. Teachers are constantly trying their best to ensure a learning space that is not only conducive, but caters to multiple student needs as education evolves. Having led an interior project myself in high-need schools, I know that many people out there are willing to contribute to creating a better learning environment, and you too could be one of them. My research looks into 6 case studies of successful redesign projects in public schools, led by proactive teachers with the support of other external parties. These schools are purposely chosen among underprivileged ones to prove that indeed redesigning our learning spaces is possible, even when you do not have enough manpower, time, and resources. For instance, teachers in Semporna transformed an unused toilet building into a bakery to instill entrepreneurship in their students who would otherwise be prone to disciplinary problems such as theft and loitering. The project was made possible with the help of local volunteers and an online crowdfunding garnering over 10,000 ringgit. Another school in Perlis works with a local university to obtain a prestigious grant, which empowers them to lead even more classroom design projects targeted for remedial students around the state. From speaking to teachers in these 2 and other schools, I have identified 2 common factors that made the redesigning project a success. Number 1, the co-involvement of communities within and outside schools, such as the students, teachers, school leaders, as well as members of society, such as parents and experts. Number 2, the presence of empathy and passion in these key people who come together to support the project. You see, when teachers take matters into their own hands, involving various other people, they can now redecorate funds and sponsorship. They can now repair with shared expertise of those in the industry. They can even replan by working with their own students for a 21st century learning experience. So the next time somebody tries to tell you it is too late, too expensive, and impossible to redesign our public school, believe that it can be a success when we collaborate with a team of equally passionate and empathetic people. The only constant in education is change. There will never be a one-size-fits-all design of a learning space. You look around you. Is there a school that you could help redesign too? And look within. Do you have the empathy and passion to help make it possible?
Video number 17, Nur Ashrani J. Ismail from University Utara Malaysia with the topic, I can go, but I cannot go. Say no, stay true.
In the Western culture, the act of saying no is easily done to reject to a certain occasion. For an example, if an American cannot come to a party invited by his best friend, he can just say no effortlessly without beating around the bushes. A simple or a direct refusal as in no or I cannot come can just be uttered without harming their friendship. Imagine if this condition were to be applied in Malaysia. Generally, Malaysians are very indirect when it comes to saying no. Therefore, direct refusals such as no, I cannot come, and if there are no reasons to be included, we do take these as impolite refusal. Therefore, eventually, this will affect any relationship established within a social interaction. Malaysia is uniquely contributing to a cultural diversity. The three leading culture groups, which are the Malays, the Chinese, and the Indians, make up to a different interactional style, including the way they are making rejections. I still remember when my close friend invited me for our social club dinner. I had a very long time to say no, to the extent where I had to lie. Unlike my Chinese friend, she could just say no very directly and effortlessly. So my Indian friend, on the other hand, he used a lot of reasoning. So years later, I do take this as something interesting to be researched further. There goes my co-research to look at how refusals are done from different cultural perspectives in Malaysia. Interestingly, from my oral interview with more than 45 participants, it is discovered that the Chinese and the Indians make up to 70% of using direct negative willingness. Unlike us, the Malays, we are more to use thank you in our refusal. So why these differences are spotted? The fact that we are all Asian, this is because culture do shape the way we say no. Therefore, instead of we are into who are more polite, who are impolite, why not we celebrate the different refusal? Because that's what makes us as a very unique Malaysian. Therefore, let's celebrate the differences despite the cultural diversity that we have. So be more confident to say no, and stay true, everyone. Thank you.
Video number 18, Nur Ilya Shekka binti Abdul Malik from Multimedia University. His room. Okay, sorry. Please allow us a few minutes. There are some technical glitches. Please bear with us. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with video number 18. Nur Ilya Shafika Abdul Malik from Multimedia University with the topic Keys Rule of Thumb Financial Literacy for Women Entrepreneurs.
Compounded interest, debt management, budgeting, forecasting, and various financial ratios are important in a business. How do you comprehend all these concepts of financial literacy in just a single day of training? Where do you even begin? Now, imagine instead if someone told you this. In debt management, you should pay off the debts with the highest interest rate first. Oh, suddenly, this is much simpler and straightforward. Indeed, doesn't it sound easier to follow now? This is exactly what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to introduce simple and straightforward rule of thumb, which is actually a formula by itself. The recommendation of countless studies is women entrepreneurs can increase their financial literacy skills through financial literacy training. In fact, various government agencies such as SME Bank, MARA, AKPK, and Bank Negara have implemented many training programs to empower women entrepreneurs. Key factors when examining the training design of financial literacy include whether the training programs are effective and have demonstrable effects on financial literacy and behavior. Perhaps existing traditional training methods are not as effective as we believe. KISS, keep it straightforward and simple. In my study, I tried to KISS by introducing rule of thumb to increase financial literacy for women entrepreneurs. What is rule of thumb? Well, it is simplified methods and shortcuts to guide women entrepreneurs to make sound financial decisions. To measure the effectiveness of the rule of thumb, women entrepreneurs will be separated into experimental and control group. The experimental group will receive financial literacy training based on the rule of thumb. Meanwhile, control group receive financial literacy based on the traditional method. In the context of Malaysian National Entrepreneurship Policy, my PhD thesis could be an effective way to promote financial literacy among women entrepreneurs by providing simple and actionable financial formula that can be applied in day-to-day practical implementations. Less time wasted on struggling to understand complex financial concepts, and instead more time can be devoted to growing their business. Now, women entrepreneurs can avoid financial mistakes. When it comes to financial literacy, let's make it simple and straightforward as it should be.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to our final video for this cluster. Video number 19, Ms. Nur Sufiana Ulfaji Mustafa from University Utara Malaysia with the title Cooking Up Engagement, Crafting the Delicious Mall Engagement Recipe.
Do you remember the chaos that afflicted the education system worldwide when COVID-19 struck? It's when the teachers, parents, and students alike were left scrambling to adapt to a new technology-driven teaching and learning environment. As an English language teacher teaching Year 5 students at the time, I found myself using MAL, which stands for Mobile Assisted Language Learning, since I believe that it would be best for students to learn English using mobile devices. However, I discovered that they were not as engaged with MAL as I had planned. This made me question how I might increase students' engagement with MAL. So I set out to find out what it would take to get students engaged with MAL. And I realized that what has been missing is a recipe or a model that would guide educators on the aspect they should consider when designing MAL activities. So, to develop the model, I drew inspiration from the work of other scholars, similar to how a rookie cook may refer to the recipes of a master chef. The framework that I am using for the research is developed by Bond and Verdelia 2019, which proposes that student engagement is impacted by various factors that are internal and external to the students. My research focuses only on two students' factors, namely their technology acceptance and motivation, which have been recognized as essential determinants shaping their engagement. However, the factors that influence student engagement with MAL vary depending on the context. So, I will examine the effects of technology acceptance and motivation on primary school students' engagement with MAL. This will help me to determine if the claim made by Bond and Verdelia 2019 is applicable to the MAL context. To achieve this goal, I will gather data from primary school students using a validated questionnaire. The data will then be analyzed statistically in order to establish and validate the model. In Malaysia, where mobile devices are widespread, I believe that MAL has the potential to become a useful approach in the country's English language education system. Just as a recipe can guide rookie cooks in making a delicious dish, I am confident that the studies engagement model will help educators in creating engaging MAL activities. This will improve the quality of English education in Malaysia and ensure that students are provided with English language education that is of the highest quality. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now allow the judges and moderators to deliberate. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is now time for our final category, the engineering and technology cluster. Let's first get to know our distinguished judges and moderator. They are Lieutenant Colonel retired in Senior Technologist Dr. Vigneswaran Munikanan from UPNM. We have with us a surveyor, Dr. Hairul Hizar Mat Huzaima from JKR. We have with us today Mrs. Nurzahan Abdul Rashid from Bernama, and our moderator, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Sajuri from UKM. This cluster will feature 17 videos. They will be shown followed by 1 minute deliberation time for each video. Let's get started. The first video is Sabrina Muhammad Mofit from University Kebangsaan Malaysia with the topic Teaching Old Drugs New Tricks.
So, you have a migraine. You then take a drug and your migraine goes away. That's good. But you get an upset stomach instead. That's the side effect, which is bad. Why do drugs give you both good and bad effects? Our bodies consist of many complex protein networks that perform our various body functions. When we take the drug to cure the migraine, it binds to the proteins in the network related to that causing the migraine. This binding is called intended binding. But at the same time, the migraine drug may also unintendedly bind to proteins in non-disease network. This causes the bad side effect, which is the upset stomach. This type of binding is called unintended binding. But hey, what if the migraine drug can unintendedly bind to proteins in other disease network? Isn't it then possible for the migraine drug to also treat that other disease as well, such as treating cancer perhaps? Yes, it's possible. When we add new purposes to an existing drug, it means that we repurpose a drug. But here's the question. How do we repurpose the thousands of existing drugs in a systematic way? That's why I'm developing a computer algorithm to perform large-scale drug repurposing. I teach my algorithm how the existing drug interact with their target proteins. And then the algorithm will identify the new possible purposes as well as identify the potential side effects. As of now, I have identified several potential drugs that can be repurposed for other diseases, including infections caused by antibiotic-resistant bacteria. It is exciting that this algorithm can repurpose existing drugs very quickly, because a fast solution is especially crucial when dealing with newly emerging infections. So, if we encounter a new disease, we can quickly make use of the existing drugs instead of making new ones from scratch, a process that could easily take 10 years. So, just like the saying, killing two birds with one stone, my algorithm can discover one drug treating many diseases. More importantly, we can discover this quickly and on a large scale. So, although you can't teach an old dog new tricks, it looks like you can teach an old drug new tricks.
Video number 2. Noshaza Fahana Muhammad Murad from University Technical Malaysia with the topic Establishment
Tell
of
me, what is the first thing that you do when you get
phase algorithm for stabilization of power system?
Tell me, what is the first thing that you do when you get into your house? Switching on the light, switching on the fan, turn on the air conditioner, turn on the TV, then all those electric devices are functioning as they are supposed to. Suddenly, lightning strike, pop, blackout. We will start grumbling. Well, there's no electricity. I cannot see. It is hard. I cannot watch TV. But have you ever wondered how electricity is generated and supplied to our homes and industries? It is generated and supplied from a power system consisting generation, transmission, and distribution system. In the generation system, kinetic energy from turbine, either steam, hydro, or gas is converted into electrical power. Then, transmission system carries the power produced to distribution system, where the power will be distributed to nearby homes and industries. So, how can we ensure a continuous supply of electric power to consumers? It is by ensuring the stability of the power system. Any instability of power system will result in voltage and current fluctuation that significantly reduces the amounts of electric power produced. The generation system is considered the heart of the power system. So, this research focuses on the stability of the generation system, or specifically the stability of a synchronous generator. The operation of synchronous generator is similar to a man riding a bicycle. Under normal operating condition, rotor and stator of synchronous generator oscillates in synchronism just like a man cycling steadily on a straight path with a constant speed. However, when cycling up the hill, the man will struggle to cycle, hence slowing down the speed. What about cycling down a hill? The bicycle will speed up and the cyclist might lose control. As a result, the cyclist will be tired and unable to cycle steadily, which in synchronous generator, it refers to the occurrence of rotor angle instability. So, I'm developing an algorithm for a synchronous generator in order to ensure the synchronous generator is in steady state condition at all times. Back to the man riding the bicycle. The algorithm will control the cyclist, in this case the synchronous generator, to be at a constant speed at all times and condition. In developing the algorithm, I'm using control technique called backstepping, which involves a recursive design procedure that combines control Lyapunov function selection and feedback controller design. As a conclusion, the developed algorithm will guarantee the stability of synchronous generator and hence guarantee the stability of the power system. Thank you.
Video number 3. Momo Kabir from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia with the topic Grid Stability Improvement Techniques for Electric Vehicle Fast Charging Station.
Do you know that the United Nations plans to replace all vehicles that uses petrol with electric vehicle by the year 2030? This is necessary to reduce carbon emission and other problems caused by climatic changes. It also takes attention away from the oil and gas economy. Imagine that millions of fast charging stations will be connected to the electrical power grid so that millions of electric vehicles can be charged, like putting petrol in a car. By default, a single fast charging station automatically sends high harmonic current to the electrical power grid. It changes the electric power grid supply voltage, frequency, and power stability when electric vehicles are charged more than once. Interestingly, this is because the fast charging stations worldwide are built with 2 stages of converters and a particular type of controller. Have you ever thought of a world where millions of fast charging stations are connected simultaneously to the electrical power grid so that many electric vehicles can be charged at the same time? Of course, it will cause the whole power system to fail because of the high harmonic current released into the electrical power grid supply simultaneously when multiple electric vehicle batteries are charged. Ladies and gentlemen, I have devised a way to solve the problem using the virtual synchronous motor with state of charge feedback controller, such that during fast charging of multiple electric vehicles, the proposed strategy will keep the electrical power supply frequency stable. This strategy will power up the electrical car without overcharging and saves energy, using the real-time state of charge value of any connected electric vehicle battery. With high efficiency of more than 80%, this plan will help reduce the effect of multiple fast charging stations connecting to the electric power grid. And of course, it will save 50% of energy when compared with other methods. This strategy can be changed to fit how power is made in any country. Due to how important it is for humanity to get this idea off the ground, I have teamed up with 2 universities from Switzerland and Indonesia. This solution will save the world from total power outage. Essentially, from the energy provider's point of view, it will cut down on maintenance costs and power losses when multiple electric vehicles are charged simultaneously. Thank you.
Video number 4, Muhammad Safwan Zaini from University Putra Malaysia with the topic, Watermelon Works Wonders.
Wouldn't it be nice to live in a cool house without burning a hole in your pocket? This may be a reality sooner than you think. But how can the energy industry improve the power generation while at the same time reducing its cost? My solution is for us to eat more watermelon because watermelon works wonders. Here's how. In my research, I produce nanoparticles known as carbon dots from watermelon peels. Nanoparticles are tiny matter that has mass, whereas carbon dots are a family of nanoparticles. And how small is a carbon dot? By comparison, it is 60 million times smaller than a tennis ball and 10,000 times narrower than your hair. You cannot see it with your naked eye. Here, I focus on their application in solar cell, which is the device that converts sunlight into electricity. If you place this device on your rooftop, it will generate free electricity. Carbon dots also have several properties that make them superior material for solar cells. For instance, they have a wide absorption spectrum, including UV, visible, and near-infrared regions. And this allows them to absorb light more efficiently, making them suitable for solar cells. This is the recipe for making carbon dots. It is important to have watermelon peels. First, I put them into the oven. Second, I crush and grind them until they turn into powder. And finally, the powder is mixed in an alcohol-based solvent to become a liquid solution. Carbon dots, just like a burger patty, are sandwiched between the active layer of solar cells to increase the number of light they are converted into electricity. They enhance the performance of solar cells when they decrease their size. Smaller dots are able to absorb a wider spectrum of light, which improves the efficiency of solar cells. In other words, more electricity generation with less effort. Therefore, energy companies that incorporate this new type of technology can increase energy output and decrease costs. This is a solution of how we can live in a cool house and still save money. With the application of sustainable technologies, we can turn watermelon peels into green energy. And that's how watermelon works wonders. Thank you.
Okay, video number 5. Mahalaxmi Gunasila. Sorry. Sorry about that just now. Okay, video number 5. Mahalaxmi Gunasila from University Malaysia Perlis with the title Corrosion Prevention for Metal Structures.
Out of sight, out of mind. That's what everyone think about the corrosion happening beneath our feet. But did you know that corrosion costs billions of dollars in damages and repairs each year? Now, let's take a closer look at the staggering numbers behind these global issues and how it affects us all.
corrosion costing more than $2.5 trillion worldwide annually, which is around 3 to 4% of a country's GDP. Imagine the marine industry alone faces over $50 billion in corrosion cost, resulting in production shutdowns and maintenance expenses. It's clear that we need to find an effective way to combat this issue for the sake of our economy. For instance, one popular method called Impressed Current Cathodic Protection, ICCP, has been facing issues with maintaining its effectiveness over time, leading to potential risk of corrosion. The power supply, which is a crucial component of ICCP, will be alternately turned off. During this interruption, the meter potential reading are recorded to determine the corrosion level of protection. On this current interruption moment, excessive positive charges from the water dipole in the surrounding aqueous media are forced to adsorb on the metal surface, called the electrical double layer. This results in metal oxidation and gradually diminishing the protective effectiveness. In that case, to address these challenges, I introduced Pulse Impressed Current Cathodic Protection, PICCP, to mitigate corrosion of metal structure in underground environments. The approach involves applying pulse current to the metal surface, which prevents the excessive adsorption of positive charges on the metal surface during the current interruption, thereby reducing the oxidation of metal atoms. Thus, PICCP significantly outperforms ICCP in reducing the rate of corrosion of metal structure in underground environments. Ladies and gentlemen, corrosion is a constant battle, especially in industries like oil and gas, where it can have severe consequences for both safety and profitability. But, dear people, trust me, this innovation will save our economy expenses and mainly your money. Thank you.
We will proceed with video number 6, Chiu Yi Jian from Multimedia University with the topic Understanding Forest Fire in Malaysia with Open Satellite Data.
Take a look at the slide. Is this really fine? Definitely no, right? But this is actually most of us here, including me and you. Have you ever thought about the consequences of forest fire, the environmental damage, the economic losses, the health hazards, and even the loss of life? 3,000 homes destroyed, 33 people lost their life, and over 3 billion animals killed. Adding to that, 900 million tons of carbon dioxide released and a loss of an estimated 3 billion ringgit. This was the result of the bushfire that happened in Australia back in January 2020. For many of us living in this peaceful land of Malaysia may think that forest fire is something that is happening far away from us. But the truth is, it is also happening here in Malaysia as well. As we endure the crazy heat wave in the recent month, we can foresee more forest fire happening due to the increase in temperature. What if I told you that it is actually possible to analyze the occurrence of forest fire and even predict or forecast the forest fire before they happen? Google and Microsoft have partnered up with satellite data owners, such as NASA, to provide a lot of satellite data to us for free. In my research, I leverage Google Earth Engine, a big data cloud platform that can access satellite data for free to understand the factors contributing to forest fire in Malaysia. First, burn area dataset is used to identify the forest fire location. Then, factors related to the fire incidents, such as wind speed, temperature, rainfall, are extracted. Next, statistical analysis is performed to find out the relationship between the fire factors and the fire incidents. Through this analysis, the primary factors related to the fire can be identified. In the future, artificial intelligence techniques such as machine learning can be incorporated to predict or even forecast the forest fire before they happen. This innovative technology can undoubtedly empower authorities to take necessary early prevention measures, reducing the severity of fire and ultimately saving life while protecting our environment. With this solution, I believe we can make a significant impact in the life of the citizen of Malaysia. Thank you.
Video number 7, Siti Fadila Matno from University Technology Malaysia with the topic MAXO, Rapid Degrader of the Tiny Water Pollutant.
When we talk about plastics, they are made of strong, durable molecules that resist natural decomposition. It's good for durability, but not for the environment. Plastic waste, they sure are stubborn. Don't you know that certain plastic can take hundreds, even thousands of years to decompose? Yes, centuries. By the action of nature, plastic waste may break down into microplastics, plastic particles with a size of less than 5 millimeters. It is smaller than the rice grain. Could they really harm us? Unfortunately, sea creatures can mistake microplastics for food and become sick or die. We may also end up consuming these microplastics and harmful chemicals that are released into our food and water. It's alarming to think about how much plastic we have already ingested and what it could be doing to our bodies. It's possible that it could mess up our hormones, disturb our immune system, and even trigger cancer cells. OMG, this is so terrifying. Okay, relax. What if I tell you I have found a secret weapon against microplastics that can just be activated by light? It's like using a powerful flashlight to make microplastics decompose faster. Here's how it works. We have invented this amazing material called Magzo. Magzo is a nano-sized zinc oxide-based material that is like nature's little helper. When the light shines on Magzo, they get supercharged. It's like they absorb light energy and become really, really excited. So this supercharged Magzo will release tiny particles called reactive oxygen species, ROS. Think of ROS as mighty warriors on a mission. They will demolish microplastics into tiny beads at the molecular level, making them decompose even faster than they could on their own. How helpful! And as a bonus, this process will produce less harmful compounds like carbon dioxide and water. So by just combining the power of light and the incredible Magzo, we could have a remarkable weapon against microplastics. So, no need to sweat the small stuff. We've got those pesky microplastics covered. Now, you can rest easy knowing that with Magzo, you are doing your part for the environment. Thank you.
Okay, we will proceed with video number 8. Nick Muhammad Farhan Hakim bin Nick Badru Alam from University Malaysia Pahang with his topic Hazard and Operability under Uncertainty and Reliability. Please welcome.
Do you know that the worker safety at the workplace is very important? According to the Ministry of Human Resources Malaysia, 186 casualties were reported last year due to occupational accidents. People working in the oil and gas industry are highly exposed to fire and explosion. In fact, last year, there was one person killed in a gas pipeline explosion in Lawas. It must be very painful for the family members to lose their loved one. So how do we stop this from happening again? Hazards and operability, or simply called HAZOP, is one of the risk evaluation methods commonly practiced in the oil and gas industry. In HAZOP, the severity and likelihood are main risk factors to measure the seriousness of the accidents and how frequent the accidents could happen. However, when a safety engineer evaluates the severity and likelihood as 1 and 4 respectively, and another engineer could have used a number 2 for both the severity and likelihood, then the quantification of the hazard from both engineers would be the same, which is for the product between the severity and likelihood, but their risk levels are still different. This scenario could lead to uncertainties and can be improved by using linguistic terms less dangerous, fairly dangerous, or highly dangerous. The linguistic evaluation is more understandable to humans since the expressions are in natural languages. For an analogy, when we are asked to describe someone's height, it is impossible to precisely determine the height when no measuring tape exists. But instead, we can use the linguistic terms very short, tall, or very tall. Another thing that is missed from the conventional HAZOP is the degree of reliability or sureness of the safety engineer when evaluating the hazard. For instance, when a safety engineer evaluates that a hazard is very, very dangerous, then he should be asked, how sure are you? Because when he is absolutely not sure of his evaluation, then we cannot simply conclude that the hazard is the most risky one. Therefore, the integration of the linguistic evaluation and the inclusion of the degree of reliability in this newly developed hazard model will reduce the uncertainties, thus improve the risk assessment process. As a result, a better risk ranking can be performed. When high-risky hazards are properly identified, effective safeguards can be recommended to reduce the severity of the hazards. By this, we will have an improved and safe environment for the people, assets, and community related to the oil and gas industry.
We will now go for a 5 minutes break for housekeeping. See you in a bit. gentlemen, welcome back. Let's proceed with video number 9. Nurul Hani Mardi from University Tenaga Nasional with the topic Electricity's Water Footprint.
Today, energy sector use 10 to 15% of global freshwater withdrawal and about 3% of freshwater consumption. As in 2020, about 43% of Malaysian electricity generated from coal-fired power plant. Coal-fired power plants rely heavily on water as resources for producing electricity. Water is used in major of power plant system, including the boiler system, cooling system, pollution control system, and ash handling system. Coal-fired power plant in Malaysia obtain clean water from water treatment plant where the fresh water are come from a river. However, do you know how much water is required to generate electricity? My research focused into water footprint of electricity generation in coal-fired power plant and its impact to local water resources. Water footprint assessment is a framework used to measure volume of fresh water consumed and polluted during the electricity production. There's two components of water footprint associated to electricity production, which called as blue and gray water footprint. Even though there is water footprint assessment has been conducted by other countries, but it is ultimately important to conduct on-site assessment since water footprint will vary according to power plant technology and also cooling system. From my study, I found that about 120 liters of fresh water is consumed to generate 1 megawatt of electricity at ultra-supercritical coal-fired power plant. In general, 1 megawatt of capacity can supply to 650 average home. Although the quantity might seem small, however, states such as Perak and Negeri Sembilan, where coal-fired power plants are located, currently experiencing with alarming water stress. Water supply may face additional pressure as the demand for electricity increases. Thus, by integrating water footprint with water stress index, we are able to assess water impact on local water resources. Furthermore, this assessment also helps power plant operators to plan their conservation water strategy in order to achieve sustainable water use. In summary, despite the fact that fresh water is renewable resources, access to clean water is limited. To maintain healthy ecosystem, we as humans have responsibility to use water efficiently.
Okay, we will move on to video number 10. Pavithira Saktinathan from University Malaya with the topic Microalgae-based wastewater treatment.
Do you know that the estimated volume of wastewater generated by municipal and industrial sectors is approximately 3 billion cubic meters per year? A big percentage of it is from industrial wastewater. This industrial wastewater effluents with excessive nutrients are inadequately treated or even untreated before being discharged into the environment, which causes eutrophication. The conventional wastewater treatment process consists of 3 stages: primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment. But The drawback is at the tertiary treatment, which is the nutrient removal part. Nutrient removal is challenging the current process since it's a very long, complex, and expensive process. Now, how can we do better? A more sustainable technology is needed to overcome these limitations. Thus, this has introduced to microalgae-based wastewater treatment. Before we go deep into this, what is the concept of microalgae-based wastewater treatment? The inorganic nutrients and organic matters that are present in industrial wastewater will be utilized by microalgae for growth with the aid of sunlight and carbon dioxide. Microalgae biomass cultivated, particularly spirulina, a blue-green algae in my research, can be harvested and used as biofuel, animal feed, sources of nutrients, and manure. The active component in spirulina, phycocyanin, a vibrant blue pigment, has gained significant attention for its unique properties, which includes anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-diabetic, and anti-cancer properties that makes it an exciting target for pharmaceutical and future food research. In simple words, the cultivation of microalgae in wastewater removes the excess nutrients such as phosphorus and nitrogen's presence, and simultaneously it increases the biomass production of spirulina for other applications with lower production costs instead of using expensive media. This approach contributes to circular economy concept where the waste becomes a valuable resource. This has been successfully studied in my research, which results in more than 85% of nutrients being removed in the 14 days of cultivation with a lab-scale setup. This was also achieved with low energy consumption. Microalgae-based wastewater treatment stands out compared to other conventional wastewater treatment processes since it's an environment-friendly process that meets SDG goals by reducing the carbon footprint and greenhouse gas emissions. Just like that, we could treat industrial wastewater by removing the excess nutrients which results in eutrophications and cultivating the microalgae in a cheaper way for various applications. As the saying, kill two birds with one stone. Thank you.
Video number 11, Maran Chantiran from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris with the topic Artificial Intelligence Instructional Aids, T21G.
Why is everyone talking about artificial intelligence? Look at our smartphone, voice assistant, navigation system like Google Maps, and the latest talk of the town, ChatGPT. Aren't we all highly dependent on artificial intelligence? Looks like we are, bringing you to the education context. AI even assists teachers and learners in creating adaptive learning environment. While you have often discussed etagogy, cybergogy, and pedagogy, unfortunately, many students still lack access to instructional material that incorporate AI. Primary school in particular are often without AI-based resources, leaving students without the benefit of these technologies. Consequently, students struggle to effectively navigate AI-based material, limiting their ability to learn and develop important skills. What if I say we can fully utilize AI to make learning more interactive, engaging, personalized, and effective. And today, I am excited to introduce a groundbreaking solution where I have designed and developed an AI-based instructional material specifically tailored for the primary school students. This solution is an application called T2IG, an acronym for the text to infographic. T2IG project brings together 12 experts from the field of the technology, education, and language to create user-friendly instructional learning material. Let me tell you the key features. Number one, it translates long text into the infographic, which allows students to visualize instantly. Number two, it summarizes extract long text into paragraph. And number three, students able to find the meaning of each word. So, ladies and gentlemen, the features of T2IG will make the students wanting to learn more independently. Overall, I truly believe T2IG can be considered as a state-of-the-art application that will not only enhance their learning experience, but also improve their skill in data visualization. T2IG plays a crucial role in preparing the next generation for the future. As the saying goes, education is the passport to the future, but technology is the bridge that gets us there. Thank you.
Okay, so we've come to 12 participants for the engineering and technology category. Please welcome Mio Muhammad Hafiz Shahbuddin from University Science Malaysia with the topic of polymeric membranes for effective CO2 capture in safeguarding Mother Nature.
Planet Earth is now in a state of climate emergency. Do you realize that the current hot weather is an impact of climate change? It breeds new problems such as heat stroke, which has even claimed several lives in Malaysia. Carbon dioxide, or CO2, is a heat-trapping gas that causes climate change, and its release into the atmosphere is uncontrollable. International Energy Agency reported that the energy sector is the primary source of CO2 emission due to fossil fuel combustion. It produces flue gas with high CO2 content, and the amount is expected to grow as the global population expands. The existing technologies to capture CO2 from flue gas are not sustainable and costly since they require chemicals and high energy to operate. My research offers a simpler yet effective technology known as a polymeric membrane. A membrane is a technology that can selectively capture the targeted molecules. If you are wondering what membrane is, it is a technology very similar to the air purifiers that we use at home. The only difference is that those air purifiers filter dust, while membrane can filter things on a molecular level, including CO2. It is made from affordable polymers with high mechanical strength, chemical-free, and requires low energy to operate. Polymers are prepared by connecting small units called monomers, just like small Lego blocks that are connected to build a bigger structure. My PhD focuses on modifying this Lego block structure by embedding nanomaterials that are 1,000 times thinner than a piece of paper. As a result, The polymeric membrane works exceptionally well at its best formulation. The membrane can capture CO2 from flue gas stream by up to 97.5% efficiency. To put that in perspective, imagine you are in a room filled with 100 bits of CO2 floating in the air. The membrane can capture those bits, leaving only 2.5 of them in the air at the end of the process. But that is not it. The captured CO2 can be put to good use. Instead of polluting the environment, it can be utilized as raw materials for many processes, including fertilizers production. I am optimistic that this technology is a sustainable effort in safeguarding Mother Nature from worsening climate change impact. Just to make sure that we can still breathe clean air at a place that we call home in the future. Remember, there's no planet B for us. Planet Earth is all that we have now.
Okay, our next presenter, number 13, Ms. Nur Atarah Kamarzaman from University Technology Mara with the 3MT title of Standalone Photovoltaic Retired Electric Vehicle Battery System.
You and I are very lucky. Why? Because we are living in an area where we can get a constant supply of electricity day and night through the electricity grid. However, have we ever thought about a small percentage of population that are living remotely far from this utility? How can these people get a constant and cheaper electricity? Same as we are. A standalone photovoltaic battery technology is a solution to this problem. In spite of that, the high cost or low efficiency of the battery remain a challenge. An innovative solution to this is to repurpose the retired electric vehicle batteries, or known as REVB, to store the surplus energy and supply back to the load when it is required. Where do these REVBs come from, and why should we consider REVBs as the energy storage? The answer comes from the massive dumping of REVBs. Day by day, the ownership of electric vehicles keep increasing. Consequently, when the car's battery reach less than 80% of the original capacity, the batteries need to be replaced. Then, what should we do with these retired batteries? Throw them into a landfill? The answer is no. These batteries still have enough capacity for the other alternative applications, such as in photovoltaic system. So, we reuse the batteries as energy storage. Therefore, in my study, I implement the REVBs as the primary energy storage in a standalone photovoltaic system for a small school located in a remote area of Sabah, Malaysia. The focus is to determine the optimal size of photovoltaic panels, REVBs, and the other components in the system to achieve a balance between technical and economic performance. The design system is aimed to provide the electricity for the school consumption, which consists of classrooms, student hostels, and teachers' residence. The REVBs carry the same efficient characteristic as the lithium-ion electric vehicle batteries, but because they are second-life batteries, they are 50% cheaper than the new batteries. This approach enables us to provide a more affordable and continuous supply of electricity for the remote area. Just imagine the positive impact of this system, providing the lighting for the students and teachers at night and continuous supply of electricity at all the time. It is truly a blessing. Ultimately, by utilizing the REUs as the primary energy storage in a standalone photovoltaic system is a sustainable solution which contributes to achieve a balance between economic, environmental, and social need for both current and future generations. And this is aligned with the aim of sustainable development.
Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Shaktivel Anak Lelaki M. Lechumanan from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia with the title of Smart AI Predictive Maintenance on Piping System Using Composite Wrapper.
Let's say a pipe in your house is leaking and you are trying to fix it by wrapping it with a simple tip. But do you know how much time, how effective, how durable, and how reliable your solution could last long? Just imagine, the same thing happens in oil and gas plant. Well, I could see your struggle to answer. Let me help you out based on my secret recipe. Returning to the story, our research is currently focused on oil and gas defective piping systems since pipelines are the lifelines. We are taking this sector very seriously because safety is the priority and pipelines are seen as most critical structures in these areas. However, the current methods for fixing defective piping systems are often short-term and based on trial and error, and they don't have enough supportive data to back the existing solution. In particular, the inconsistency in the number of layers and neglecting the multi-angle aspect during the composite wrapping process has led to two catastrophic failures, which is overload on the pipe and delamination due to the shattering of bonds holding it together. So, considering the current shortcomings, the research is to suggest 5 simple steps to solve the problem. The first one is macro inspection, where drones and non-destructive testing method identifies and locate high-risk spots. The second step is micro inspection, which uses precise ultrasonic scanners, 3D scanners integrated with AI defect detection system to check the pipe strengths. Then the third step transfers the physical pipe into a 3D model. From there, we will use predictive statistical simulation integrated with blockchain technology to predict the lifespan, durability, reliability of the repaired pipe. The outcome of the research is we have a unique value proposition where our solution can save lives, can cut time, labor, and cost. It also cuts 60% of the current process, and the pipe will only be replaced when the composite reaches the simulated failure numbers. Fascinatingly, while the traditional approach may take up to 6 to 12 months, but our solution can solve the problem in just a single day. Let us embrace this new chapter where safety, efficiency, and reliability form the bedrock of our pipelines, fueling progress and safeguarding our world.
Okay, next, please welcome Tan Chi Ying from University Malaysia Perlis with the title Beyond Lead, Unlocking the Potential of SAC Green and Reliable Solder Joint.
On my screen, we have the traditional mobile phone that we used 20 years ago and the smartphone we own today. Imagine dropping both from the same height onto the floor. Which one will survive? I guess everyone has an answer, right? The advancements of smartphones require more electronic components to support the new features. These electronic components are connected and held by solder joints. To hold more of these components, the design of circuit becomes more complex and the size of solder joint is reduced. Furthermore, smaller solder joints are more sensitive to failure under the stress. This could be the reason why smartphones would probably break down easier. The SAC solder, which contains tin, silver, and copper, is the most commonly used lead-free solder alloy. It is more environmental and labor-friendly than the traditional tin lead solder. However, the SAC solder still has its limitations, such as being brittle and prone to cracking. This leads to the reduced reliability of our phone. Magnesium is well known for low cost and lightweight metal. It can be especially important in the application where the strength and durability are the crucial factors. My study revealed that with addition of 0.1% of magnesium, we find the microstructure of SAC solder and making it 30% more ductile than before. Thinking of building a sandcastle, the fineness of sand can affect the stability of the sandcastle, right? Fine sand can be packed together more tightly to create a strong and stable structure that is less likely to crumble. This is how magnesium functions in the SAC solder. Magnesium reduces the grain size and increases the grain boundaries. As the grain's boundary restricts the dislocation of defect, it is more difficult for crack to propagate. Such, solder is less prone to failure under the stress. Subsequently, our phone can be more reliable and longer lasting. Furthermore, addition of magnesium reduces the undercooling value by 27%. In other words, magnesium added solder can solidify more quickly and eventually expedite the whole manufacturing process. As a result, our electronic devices can be produced more efficiently and sustainably. In short, my research has demonstrated that the addition of small amount of magnesium in the SAC solder can enhance the reliability of the solder joint. Not to mention, it has the potential to reduce our sense of panic when we drop our phone on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, next, Mr. Ahmad Tarmizi bin Abdul Wahab from University Malaysia Pahang with the title of Synthesis and Characterization of Magnesium Hydride, Nano-Confined Porous Hollow Carbon for Hydrogen Storage System.
For decades, we've had sources of energy like wind and solar. So why is it so hard to transition from fossil fuel to these renewable energy technologies? Well, one problem is their intermittency. They generate energy when the wind is blowing or the sun is shining, but what happens to the windless time. Do you walk around with your appliance looking for wind or light like someone with a poor cell phone reception? Currently, many wind and solar farms solve this by using the energy collected to perform electrolysis and separate out hydrogen from water, which can then be combusted as fuel to generate electricity on demand. Unlike hydrocarbon fossil fuel that produce carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide when combusted, hydrogen produces water and it is perfectly clean fuel. So why are we doing this all the time? Surely we can find a way to make this method work, right? Turns out it's a little bit more complicated than that. The problem with using electrolysis to produce hydrogen is the efficiency. Only about 22 to 38% of the energy harvested from renewable resources can be used to power our cars or electrical appliances. This is where my work comes in. My research aims to pump those efficiency numbers up. One of the problems with electrolysis is how to store the hydrogen produced effectively. Hydrogen occupies a large volume, and in order to make it fit, we need to compress it using high pressure, which is expensive. To reduce the pressure and energy requirement of storing hydrogen, we turn to material science to find porous and high surface area material to hold and store the hydrogen like a cupboard, if you will. Currently, there are already many such cupboards in the market for hydrogen, but they typically suffer from either too little space or difficulty in retrieving the hydrogens once it is stored. My work using metal hydride and hollow carbon nanosphere is attempting to address this delicate dynamic by creating a cupboard with a lot of drawers in the form of hollow carbon nanosphere to make plenty of space to store the hydrogen. The metal hydrides can bind hydrogen to form a metal hydride complex, which can be unbound by controlling the temperature and pressure to achieve a steady hydrogen release rate. If my work is successful, we can improve the efficiency of renewable energy harvesting. Nobody is willing to give up on fossil fuel if it means you have to walk around with your laptop at 2 a.m. in the morning looking for a gust of wind or the ray of light. And the hope is, with this research, we won't have to.
All right, we have come to our last presenter. Let's welcome Mr. Muhammad Jamal Shaki Al-Mansur from University Tenaga Nasional with the title Drone to Increase Situational Awareness in Pilotage Operations.
Maritime transport boosts global trade and economy. Maritime cargo volume has grown rapidly during the previous 2 decades. Vessel pilotage is a critical process that ensures the safe navigation of ships in congested water or unfamiliar ports. However, traditional pilotage methods face challenges such as limited communication and coordination among vessels, which can lead to delays, collision, and inefficiencies. When a vessel required pilotage services, a marine pilot is dispatched to meet and board a vessel as enters a designated compulsory pilotage area. Pilots use pilot boat to reach their clients. They board by climbing a ladder on the ship. Many pilots, injuries, or even lost their life due to accident involving the failure on the pilot ladders. The research proposes a flying aerial ad hoc network based smart-board vessel pilotage protocol. This system is alternative system of Ayala voyage using UAV. It will be based on a sensing, communication infrastructure, with the proposed protocol for UAV-based guidance of vessel for berthing. So, the project is to produce a system of drones and technical equipment called remote pilot, which enables board pilotage to be carried out without getting on board the ship. The result will be increased safety, saving, and efficiency in relation to the operation of pilot boats, as well as better utilization of the pilot's time, which increases capacity for pilotage and market in general. Remote pilot is based on two integrated drone systems, which will first transport a container with equipment to the ship, System A, and then provide an overview of the ship, which makes piloting safer and holistically oriented System B. After the port operation, the drone will return the container with equipment and recharge so that it is ready for the next operation. This also coordinates UAV charging. Most FANET routing protocols are for general missions, not piloted jobs. Finally, the growth of vessel pilotage protocol in smart port based on flying aerial ad hoc network is crucial to smart port growth worldwide. My protocol improves maritime pilotage, emergency response, and real-time communication between ships, pilots, and port authorities.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with the deliberation made by the judges just now, the semi-final round is concluded. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for the participation and patience throughout the session. Special thanks to our dedicated judges and moderators for their unrelenting commitment in making sure that the evaluation is carried out fairly. So the final round will commence around 3 p.m. Special announcement to the finalists. So the finalists will be announced approximately at 3 p.m. There will be 9 finalists. And to the finalists, I would like to remind to get ready to join the Zoom session and use the virtual background provided in your email. So everyone, we will see you again in the same channel at 3 p.m. With that, thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Yang berbahagia, Profesor Insinyur Dr. Zuhaina Haji Zakaria, Dean, Institute of Postgraduate Studies, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Professors, Head of Departments, invited judges and moderators, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am pleased to welcome everyone back to the National 3-Minute Thesis Competition 2023. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being loyal with us from the morning. Let's begin the final round with the blessings of Allah. I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Ustaz Haji Mat Idris, Pegawai Hal Ehwal Islam Kanan UiTM, to lead the doa and a moment of silence.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي جعل الإسلام للمسلمين نظاما وأنزل القرآن الكريم دستورا للناس وبيانا وجعله حكما وحكما وأحكاما سعادتهم في الاعتصام بحبله والعمل بأوامره وترك النواهي وشقاؤهم بإهمال العمل به وما يحويه. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام, kami zahirkan sepenuh kesyukuran kami kerana dapat bertemu di dalam majlis 3-Minute Thesis peringkat kebangsaan. Padamu juga kami memohon redamu agar diberi kesempurnaan dan rahmat sepanjang majlis ini berjalan hingga ke penghujungnya. Allahumma ya dzal fadli wal in'am, jadikanlah majlis ini sebagai medan usaha kami untuk meningkatkan kualiti perkhidmatan agar lebih cemerlang dan gemilang. Persetujukanlah usaha kami ini dalam mempertingkatkan dan mempertabatkan UiTM, memperkasa nilai-nilai murni dalam kehidupan demi kecemerlangan duniawi dan ukhrawi. Dimohon juga agar tidak tersesat atau tersalah langkah dan semuanya untuk keredaanmu dalam melaksanakan Islam sebagai ad-din. Allahumma ya hafidh ya raqib. Ya Allah, jauhkanlah kami daripada kejahilan, kesombongan, kefasadan dan kezaliman. Janganlah engkau menghukum kami atas sikap ingkar sebahagian hamba-Mu yang jauh daripada landasan yang benar. Perkukuhkanlah perpaduan kami, pertingkatkanlah produktiviti kami, serta kekalkanlah keamanan serta ukhuwah Islamiah sesama kami melalui majlis petang ini dan keharmonian seluruh rakyat Malaysia serta seluruh umat manusia amnya. Padamu juga kami memohon agar majlis yang diadakan pada hari ini agar dipayungi redha yang berkekalan. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, jadikanlah pertemuan kami pada hari ini sebagai wadah menyatukan hati-hati kami agar terus kekal berjuang membina pasukan yang kukuh dan teguh menjulang Universiti Keramat ini agar terus disanjungi dan dihormati. Jadikanlah kami warga yang sentiasa berpegang pada amanah dan janji, melaksanakan tugas penuh integriti, dedikasi serta mempamerkan akhlak mulia setiap saat dan ketika. Ya Allah, tidak lupa kami memohon keampunan dan doa munajat buat pemimpin-pemimpin kami, ketua kami, ibu bapa, guru-guru dan juga sahabat, juga muslimin dan muslimat, dinaungi hidayat dan juga syafaat, kekal bahagia dunia dan akhirat. Allahumma Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas sami'ul alim wa tub alaina ya maulana innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Ustaz. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final round for 3 minutes thesis competition. University Technology Mara is proud to hold this competition this year with University Kebangsaan Malaysia as the co-host. Competition today had featured 51 pre-recorded videos during the morning sessions. We have seen in these videos, the participants talk about their research in a single static slide. No other media is allowed to aid the speaker. It is indeed a challenge to make the audience understood the research using spoken words and poster within 3 minutes. For each category, 3 finalists had been selected by the judges in the semi-final round to compete in this final round. These finalists will battle for number 1 place, which will be awarded with RM 1,500. Second place will win 1,000 ringgit and third place will win 700 ringgit. A People Choice Award will be awarded via voting by the audience. The winner will receive 500 ringgit. 2 most impressive videos will be then selected to compete in Asia Pacific 3 minutes thesis competition. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, to officially open our event, I would like to give the floor to Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Technologies, Dr. Rozia Muhammad Janor, Vice Chancellor of University Technology Mara, to deliver her speech and consequently officiate this competition. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Specialist Technologies Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan Haji Toriman, Vice Chancellor University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. Our honorable guests of this year's National 3MT competition, fellow participants from numerous universities in Malaysia, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessings which made it possible for us to gather today at this year's national level virtual 3-minute thesis 3MT competition. First and foremost, I would like to thank University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, for joining hands with UiTM to host this meaningful event. A very warm welcome and selamat datang to all eminent guests, distinguished judges, and participants to this virtual 3MT competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by thanking everyone for attending the event and doing your part to empower doctoral students to pitch their research confidently in under 3 minutes. It is also an honor and our utmost pleasure to get the chance of collaborating with UKM to make this competition a success. 3MT is an international research and academic communication competition to help students improve their academic presentation and professional communication skills. In 3 minutes and using only 1 PowerPoint slide, doctoral students are required to give a persuasive and engaging presentation about their dissertation and its importance. Moreover, our students could develop a mastery of crucial skills to engage with the audience. They can flex their ability to organize their thoughts with greater clarity and demonstrate the unique selling point of their product. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3MT competition provides the opportunity and platform for doctoral students to further develop and refine their communication skills. This is not just any public speaking competition, but an avenue for these doctoral students to explain complex research concepts in an accessible and engaging manner. The task at hand is equally rigorous and is no less intense than in any other competition. I am certain that the skills required to complete the task are also exceptional and impressive. Moreover, participation in competitions such as this will accentuate doctoral students' resumes. It demonstrates their excellent communication skills, which are very much needed in many professions. Most importantly, it means that the students have experience in pitching ideas to a diverse audience in a concise and convincing way. I will say that winning this competition would suggest that the student has achieved a level of expertise in their field of study, and this would help distinguish the student from other job applicants, especially for academic or other research-related jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, participation in competitions such as these also benefits the universities. Apart from fostering a culture of innovation, it raises the profile of the university by showcasing its research and intellectual strength. Universities can leverage their position as an education hub, consequently enhancing education and graduate employability. For UiTM, this also means ensuring global marketability for our graduates and staff and being in line with the university's goal of becoming a globally renowned university by 2025. My advice to everyone is to continue to challenge yourself in pursuing excellence and pushing boundaries in your chosen field. Also, best wishes and good luck, especially to the three main contenders from UiTM, Nur Damia Iwani Zulkifli, Iman Nabilah Abdul Rahim, and Nur Athara Kamar Zaman. A special thanks to the judges who have been exceedingly diligent in carrying out their duties. I would also like to express my gratitude to both secretariats from UiTM and UKM for their hard work and support to ensure the success of this event. Without further ado, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, it gives me great pleasure to officiate the 2023 virtual 3-minute Thesis 3MT competition national level. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very much, Yang Berbahagia Prof. Dato. Now, let's turn our attention to the very much anticipated final round. The finalists have demonstrated exceptional research skills and ability to communicate effectively within the time constraint. Allow me to announce the name of our finalists. The name will be announced not in order to the marks that they get, okay? So it will be announced at random. Okay, now the finalists in science categories are Iman Nabila Abdul Rahim, a magic potion for the clogged vessel. Hanisa Muhammad Alipia. And Nur Damia Iwani Zulkifli from UiTM. Okay, from the social science cluster, the finalists are Keith Sia Zichi from University Malaya. Wan Nur Farah Wan Samsudin from UMP. And Sharifah Shakila Said Shahrudin from UUM. And from the Engineering and Technology cluster, the finalists are Sabrina Muhammad Mofid from UKM, Shaktival Anak Lelaki M. Lechumanan from UTHM, and Siti Fadila Matnoor from UTM. Let's give them a round of applause. We will now invite the finalists to enter the online session using Zoom. The link has been given to their respective emails. I would like to remind the finalists to turn on your camera and be prepared for question and answer session that will be held at the end of the video presentation. Let's give our finalists 10 minutes to get ready. In the meantime, we will take a short break. Please note that voting for People's Choice Award is now open. The attendees can scan the QR code shown on the screen to cast your votes. For the finalists, make sure you are ready for Q&A session, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, the competition will now begin. We will begin the competition with our first video from Sharifah Shakila with the title Leadership Lingo, to Lead or Not to Lead. Please welcome our first video.
Sometimes I find it funny that when we were little, we had cartoon characters as role models. Like when I was 5, I really wanted to be Ariel from The Little Mermaid. Yes, I wanted to have a mermaid tail and swim all day. That was the dream. But as I reached 14 and entered school, it was a totally different story. I remember the moment being awestruck at this 17-year-old senior who was our head girl. From the way she walked, how she dressed, and her demeanor, she was captivating. But the most intriguing and fascinating thing that I found about her was the way that she spoke. Anything that came out from her mouth was quite literally the law. Every word that she uttered seemed to hold immense weight and influence. I couldn't help but wonder, why is she so different? How does she make people listen? What are the words that she uses or the way that she speaks that's so appealing? Now, these questions have stayed with me and inspired me to delve deeper in cracking the code of leadership lingo among student leaders. That is the core of my PhD research. Since the 20th century, leadership studies have been done primarily focusing on leaders' effectiveness. In regards to this, language is often ignored. People do not see language as something important that can exert power, fuel dispute, or even break conflict. But in truth, language can control everything. And a big part of leadership stems in the word choices of leaders. In my study, I have spoken to over 40 student leaders from all over Malaysia and interviewed them in groups and individually. I gathered data and observe them through their own narratives and their daily routines. All this to see and to explore their side of the story and understand their version of leadership better. As the world continues to evolve from cashless payment, wireless internet, to ChatGPT and AI, it is still crucial for leaders to be, well, human. In the end, leadership still needs that human touch, specifically in how one leader speaks. That is why I believe that it is timely for us to be able to groom every child as leaders for the future. And I hope my research will help kickstart this conversation. As an old friend of mine by the name of Noam Chomsky used to say, the most effective way to will power is through language. Thank you.
We will begin the question and answer session. I will pass the floor to our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Afiq. I will request the participant to turn on your microphone for the Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Aline. Okay, can you hear me, Shakila?
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Yes.
I guess we all can relate to your words when you're saying that we all took cartoon characters as our idol, right, when we were kids. So my question for you today is, okay, what are the challenges that you face during this PhD study and how you overcome those challenges?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Challenges throughout the research would be, I have two actually. The first one would be because my participants are student leaders from elite boarding schools. So the one thing that was very difficult to get initially was getting the participants, because we had to go through like several processes in order to be able to get those participants. And it took us about 9 months to get those participants, and alhamdulillah, we got about 40. So that was the first part. The next part was the writing part, which was, I think most of us could relate. Writing a PhD thesis is terrible. It's a very, very difficult, I believe, stage. However, it's challenging, but we learn a lot through it. And I think throughout the years of pursuing, I have improved. And hopefully by the end of the year, I can sit for my Viva. But yes, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shakila. And I hope the best for your PhD and your future endeavor. Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we will give 1 minute for judge to deliberate their marks. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next video, allow me to introduce the panel of experts that we have assembled to evaluate the finalist presentation. They are from various backgrounds, which are the academics, the industry, and also the media. Allow me to introduce our distinguished judges and moderators. First, we have Professor Emeritus Dr. Che Husna Azhari from UKM. We have with us Datuk Dr. Alzamai Muhammad Idrus from HKL. So we have with us today Mrs. Azawati Zainul Abidin from TV3. Insinyur Dr. Henrietta Muhammad Zainal from JKR. We have also Professor Dr. Zainuddin Sajuri from UKM. And as for our moderators, we have Associate Professor Dr. Ashinida Aladdin, and also Associate Professor Technologies Dr. Nofashiha Hashim. And along with us, we have our moderator for question and answer, Mr. Afiq Aiman Abdul Ghaffur from UITM. Okay, so with that, let's continue to our second video of the day. I would like to introduce our next video will be from Ms. Haniza Muhammad Alipia from UKM with her topic Sensor, Sensory for Autism Spectrum Disorder. Please welcome.
My work experience at the pediatric clinic has taught me to deal with children with multiple diagnoses and disabilities, such as autism spectrum disorder or ASD. When I see children with ASD, I feel so empathetic because most of them are unable to play even with their own toys and socialize with others. Did you know that children with ASD have persistent difficulties with social communication and interaction? They also have restrictive interests and repetitive patterns of behavior. This is because of the sensory processing disorder or SPD in their brain that reduce their ability to process sensory input from their body and surrounding. Every time I look at them, they really touch my heart. This has inspired me to do my research on children with ESD. In my study, I developed a standardized intervention module known as Sensory for Autism or SENSA. This module is the first module introduced in Malaysia. So what is so special about SENSA? SENSA consists of sensory-based activities which are structured and comprehensive. These activities are first, tactile, such as body brushing with soft terra brush. Second, vestibular, such as bouncing and rocking on gym ball. And third, proprioception, such as shoulder squeeze and massage the body. These activities are purposely selected from previous studies that showed evidence of effective intervention on children with ESD. This module is safe, convenient, and effective. Not just that, the equipment used in SENSA are easily accessible and less expensive. SENSA is also user-friendly. It can be used anywhere, even at home. By using SENSA at home, parents can increase their interaction and bonding with their children. At the same time, SENSA is also cost-effective as parents can save a lot of money for therapy sessions. Ultimately, SENSA can enhance sensory processing, improve play and social skills of children with ESD. It creates fun experience for them while fulfilling their needs and rights. Together, we can build a more inclusive society with SENSA, a new hope for children with ESD. When there is a will, there is a way, so choose SENSA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will pass the floor to Mr. Afi Aiman for question and answer session.
Okay, that was an amazing presentation by Ms. Aniza. Can you hear me, Ms. Aniza?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I can hear you.
I love how you highlight ASD in your research. I think everyone needs to know about that. Now, my question for you is, what happens to be the most memorable part of doing this research, in your opinion? Thank you.
The most memorable part for me when doing my PhD is when I'm go to the field, which I see parents first. I get some background regarding their children and what their intention, what their goals, and what their perspective. And from there, I feel that I really have to do the module as soon as possible for them, for their child to get a new hope because of their parents. One day, the basic thing is they can play and also they can socialize with others. That one is very touched my heart when the parents say that they want their children can play and also to socialize with others. That's the thing lah. Then after that, the second part is the when I do focus group discussion, when occupational therapists really amazing because they are so supportive that every therapist that I approach, they want to participate in this study and they want to give their perception, they want to give their knowledge, everything regarding ASD to me by attending the focus group discussion. That's a very memorable for me, which it gives me easier for me to collect data and to do my PhD. It is very interesting for me. It's easy for me. It's really easy. That's memorable for me.
Thank you, Ms. Aniza. I think that's a very noble thing to do from your side. I like your commitment and all that. And I wish you the best for your PhD research. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will allow 1 minute deliberation by the judges. Okay, let's move on to our third video by Mr. Shaktivel Anak Lelaki Lecomanan from UTHM. His topic is Smart AI Predictive Maintenance on Piping System using Composite Wrapper. Please welcome.
Let's say a pipe in your house is leaking and you are trying to fix it by wrapping it with a simple tip. But do you know how much time, how effective, how durable, and how reliable your solution could last long? Just imagine the same thing happens in oil and gas plant. Well, I could see your struggle to answer. Let me help you out based on my secret recipe. Returning to the story, our research is currently focused on oil and gas defective piping systems since pipelines are the lifelines. We are taking this sector very seriously because safety is the priority and pipelines are seen as most critical structures in these areas. However, the current methods for fixing defective piping systems are often short-term and based on trial and error, and they don't have enough supportive data to back the existing solution. In particular, the inconsistency in the number of layers and neglecting the multi-angle aspect during the composite wrapping process has led to two catastrophic failures, which is overload on the pipe and delamination due to the shattering of bonds holding it together. So, considering the current shortcomings, the research is to suggest 5 simple steps to solve the problem. The first one is macro inspection, where drones and non-destructive testing method identifies and locate high-risk spots. The second step is micro inspection, which uses precise ultrasonic scanners, 3D scanners integrated with AI defect detection system to check the pipe strengths. Then the third step transfers the physical pipe into a 3D model. From there, we will use predictive statistical simulation integrated with blockchain technology to predict the lifespan, durability, reliability of the repaired pipe. The outcome of the research is we have a unique value proposition where our solution can save lives, can cut time, labor, and cost. It also cuts 60% of the current process, and the pipe will only be replaced when the composite reaches the simulated failure numbers. Fascinatingly, while the traditional approach may take up to 6 to 12 months, but our solution can solve the problem in just a single day. Let us embrace this new chapter where safety, efficiency, and reliability form the bedrock of our pipelines, fueling progress and safeguarding our world.
Great. Now let's move on to question and answer session with Mr. Afiq Aiman.
Hello, Mr. Shaktivel.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you for that very informative presentation by just now. Honestly, if I had a piping problem, I just call the plumber and that's it. Never bothered. Now, my question for you, Shaktivel, is how actually the idea came to light for your PhD research initially? How the idea came to light? Yeah.
Okay, to be very frank, all of us are doing research, but I'm not sure. Most of the research are being there right after we finish the research. We just put it as a thesis. But we came up with an idea how to make it relevant, because this research was starting from the masters. And then we developed the scopes abroad to make the particular research to be relevant in oil and gas piping system. That's the only reason, point one. Point two is that in 70% of the research is related to simulating the composite wrappers and everything. But AI and blockchain comes into the picture to increase the accuracy and relevancy of this particular research to be implemented in oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaktivel. From your explanation just now, I think you have come from a very long way from your masters and everything. And I wish you the best for your future for your future research. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We will now allow 1 minute deliberation by the judges. Gentlemen, we're back with our fourth video for the day. Keith Sia CV, Linguistic Identity Among English-Speaking Malaysian Chinese. Let's welcome.
What makes an Englishman English, a Malay lady Malay, or a Chinese boy Chinese? Some of the answers floating in our heads might include their food, tradition, clothing, festivals, and more often than not, language. Language has been deemed as a vital part of a culture, with poems like "First kill the language, then the culture," signifying the importance of a language to its culture. In a local Malaysian context, history has presented its evidence of community leaders using language as a unifying factor for its ethnic and sub-ethnic groups. But what if there exists a community whose first language is not the language of the ethnicity they conventionally belong to? This is the case of the English-speaking Malaysian Chinese, more commonly known locally as the bananas, yellow on the outside, white on the inside. In my quest to explore the identity amongst members of this community, I listen to stories of them learning a second language, stories of them struggling with Mandarin, stories of them interacting with members of the local communities, and stories of how languages played a part in their lives. I then code the stories into themes of how they view themselves, how they view others, and how they view languages. So what is the identity amongst members of this community? And what are their attitudes and ideologies towards languages? Although the data collection is still ongoing, early insights show that they defy the societal view of language as a heritage. In their case, they view Mandarin, their quote-unquote heritage language, as simply another language. And the motivation of learning it stems from added economic or communication advantage, rather than the factors of culture or heritage. To put it simply, they view Mandarin the same way they view Portuguese, Japanese, or Swedish, as simply another language. As for themselves, some view that language has nothing to do with their ethnic identity, while some negotiated and say it's okay that they don't identify themselves as Chinese at all, and that their identity as a Malaysian and a global citizen takes precedence. So why do this research, you may ask? My research can inform us of the intricacies and fluidity of identity in relation to language. It breaks the current societal narrative of if you're Chinese, you better learn Mandarin, and reveal the complexity in the way languages play out in a linguistically and culturally complex society in Malaysia. Before I go, allow me to pose this question to you. What makes you, you? Thank you.
Okay, we will now pass the floor to Mr. Afiq Aiman for question and answer session.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Great presentation, by the way. I think we can all agree that language is one of the important tools for unifying us. Now, my question for you today is, what is your vision after your research completion, if I may ask? Thank you.
My vision after my research completion.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I agree with a presenter just now where it says, and I truly believe that research shouldn't stay in journal articles and libraries. And doing a research in social linguistics that goes into society and seemingly challenging the notion that we all grow up listening. I do hope and I do see a social impact from this research, and I do hope to communicate this research to the society after I complete it. Yes.
Thank you very much, Kish.
Thank you.
Yes, for your research. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 minute deliberation will be allowed for judges to deliberate. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to our fifth video. This one from Nur Damia Iwani Zulkifli from UITM with the topic Geometric Morphometric Unlocking the Gender Mystery of Death. Please welcome.
Hi, this is a story about Bob, a construction worker. One day, Bob spotted a human skull while he was digging a hole at the construction site. Immediately, Bob alarmed the police and all the construction works were stopped. A few days later, Bob saw on the news that the skull was actually belonged to a man that was reported missing last year. But Bob wondered, how does the gender establish by only using the skull? This is where forensic expert plays a role, analyzing the bone to tell its gender. Conventionally, the gender of the deceased is determined by measuring the length of the bone. However, that method is less reliable. So this triggered me to spark a new idea using a new method called geometry morphometry on the cavity within the skull to determine gender. Basically, geometry morphometry is a method to analyze shape of the bone. So now, let us talk about how it works. How do I turn the skull's cavity into a gender identifier of unknown disease? What I did was, I collected skull x-rays and landmarks were applied onto the skull's cavity and the shape difference between gender were analyzed. And guess what? I found the golden key with two important findings. Firstly, there is a significant shape difference of the skull's cavity between men and women, where the skull's cavity for the men tend to appear more protruded than women. Secondly, when I performed the gender classification accuracy, I found that the classification rate to be 80% accurate. So, the next time you find a skull, remember geometry morphometry is the key to uncover the gender of unknown disease. And what is more, this will be a new breakthrough in the forensic field and could be a great aid for our national forensic team to unlock the gender mystery of the dead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Even though I don't know whether I would want to find a skull. Okay, now I will pass the floor to Mr. Afi Aiman for question and answer session.
Okay, hi Damia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that was a very entertaining presentation from you just now. And my question for you is, in your opinion, what is the importance of you communicating this research to the public? What is the importance?
Okay, so the importance of this research is actually because currently our national forensic team, they are using the conventional method, which is there's a lot of disadvantage, has been proved by a lot of studies as well. But still, we are using that. So with this introduction of this new method, they can further use advanced method to identify the gender among Malaysian population. So that is all.
Okay, thank you, Damia, and I hope the best for your future endeavor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute will be allocated for judges' deliberation.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to our sixth video by Sabrina Muhammad Mofi from UKM with the topic Teaching Old Drugs New Tricks. Please welcome.
So, you have a migraine. You then take a drug and your migraine goes away. That's good. But you get an upset stomach instead. That's the side effect, which is bad. Why do drugs give you both good and bad effects? Our bodies consist of many complex protein networks that perform our various body functions. When we take the drug to cure the migraine, it binds to the proteins in the network related to that causing the migraine. This binding is called intended binding. But at the same time, the migraine drug may also unintendedly bind to proteins in non-disease network. This causes the bad side effect, which is the upset stomach. This type of binding is called unintended binding. But hey, what if the migraine drug can unintendedly bind to proteins in other disease networks? Isn't it then possible for the migraine drug to also treat that other disease as well, such as treating cancer, perhaps? Yes, it's possible. When we add new purposes to an existing drug, it means that we repurpose a drug. But here's the question. How do we repurpose the thousands of existing drugs in a systematic way? That's why I'm developing a computer algorithm to perform large-scale drug repurposing. I teach my algorithm how the existing drug interact with their target proteins, and then the algorithm will identify the new possible purposes as well as identify the potential side effects. As of now, I have identified several potential drugs that can be repurposed for other diseases, including infections caused by antibiotic-resistant bacteria. It is exciting that this algorithm can repurpose existing drugs very quickly, because a fast solution is especially crucial when dealing with newly emerging infections. So if we encounter a new disease, we can quickly make use of the existing drugs instead of making new ones from scratch, a process that could easily take 10 years. So, just like the saying, killing two birds with one stone, my algorithm can discover one drug treating many diseases. More importantly, we can discover this quickly and on a large scale. So, although you can't teach an old dog new tricks, it looks like you can teach an old drug new tricks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now pass the floor to Mr. Afiq Aiman for the question and answer session.
Sabrina?
Hi.
Okay, I like your wordplay at your presentation just now about the old dog and everything.
Thank you.
Presentation. And my question for you is, what are your hopes for this research actually in the future?
So my hope for the future is that so this drug repurposing algorithm can be used by excuse me. So my hope is that we can I hope that drug repurposing will be the new trend for drug development, because it is also a method of drug discovery or drug development. So instead of making new drugs from scratch, we can use the existing ones and we can discover new therapeutic effects that the drugs can be used for. And doing
doing drug repurposing have three main benefits. So the first one is that it is very cost effective. So it can reduce costs up to billions of US dollars. Secondly, because the drugs are the existing drugs that we want to repurpose are already approved for their safety and efficacy. So we can cut down many years of drug development, which I said 10 years. So we can do it in a much faster way. So this is especially crucial when we deal with newly emerging infections, like in a pandemic. Yeah, so about the newly emerging infections, the reason why I think this drug repurposing pipeline can be very useful for the society and the government is because we can provide a wider treatment options for the society. So, these options can be used in many conditions. So, for example, we can find drugs that can be used for newly emerging infections. That's one condition. Second condition is we can find drugs quickly that can treat those that cannot be vaccinated, for example. And thirdly, in the third condition is that we can find drugs that can treat patients that have vaccination resistance. So because we can provide a wider range of inexpensive treatments.
Yeah, we have the limited time for that. But
Alrighty, I'm done. Anyways.
your explanation just now of how importance of your research. Thank you very much. And I
Thank
wish you
you.
best for your future endeavor. Thank you. Very
Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute will be allocated for judges' deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that People's Choice Award voting has been closed. Thank you very much for casting your votes. We will now proceed to our seventh video by one Nur Farah, one Shahrudin from UMP with the topic Integrating Virtual Reality to Reduce Interview Anxiety and Increase Interview Performance. Please welcome.
Sweaty palms, rapid heartbeats, shaky voices. Here are some of the things that we may experience in a job interview. Maybe it's the fear of negative evaluation or the fear of being judged gets the best of us. People always say, practice makes perfect. Try speaking in front of the mirror. Guys, this is not like delivering a speech or like me doing these 3-minute theses. A job interview is often perceived as a much more scarier task because it's a two-way communication that needs an interviewer and an interviewee. I teach students interview skills. And trust me, when it comes to asking them what to do, when not to do an interview, they're very good at it. But when it comes to an actual mock job interview skills, a lot of them flopped They could not even answer to the easiest question like, tell us about yourself. I view this as a problem, and my research seeks to approach these two challenges. Number one, I'm trying to reduce their interview anxiety. Number two, I'm trying to increase their interview performance. And to do that, I'm using virtual reality. Yep, the cutting edge technology, virtual reality. I choose virtual reality because I believe that virtual reality will create this immersive experience that is distraction free for the students to practice their interview skills in a much more focused approach. To do that, I'm creating two virtual reality games. The first one will feature a group of native English speakers as the interviewers from a multinational company. The second game will feature a group of Malaysian speakers as the interviewers speaking in local English accents. This is very important because interaction with native speakers versus non-native speakers may induce different levels of anxieties. We're very proud to say that our VR games are the very first few ever produced with local Malaysian context. And we believe that many people out there will benefit from our VR games because they can practice commonly asked questions in an interview with the help of our AI-powered interviewers. So guys, no more fears, no more tears of facing your next job interview because you can simply practice your interview skills using our VR games at your own time, pace, and convenience. Because our VR games have everything you need to succeed.
I will pass the floor to Mr. Afiq Aiman for question and answer session.
Thank you, Farah, for that wonderful presentation. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
My question for you is, what exactly that sparks your interest to do on this particular research, actually? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I just would like to say thank you very much, everyone, the organizers and everyone who is presently here today. It's very, very surprising that I'm here. But anywho, getting back again to the question, what was the inspiration? Really, it's my students. They're the ones who, display to me the ideas for me to create, something very fun for them to practice English. Having said that, I want to create an environment where they can have fun. At the same time, they are learning and also exposing them to different, environments. I would like to mention that not everybody has the opportunity to interact with native speaker. And I feel like having or giving them the opportunities could potentially help them to land a job, because some people really want to work in multinational companies and some people want to work in local Malaysian companies. Either one, they really need good English proficiency in order for them to do that. So to answer your question, that would be my students. They're the one who inspired me to do this research. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Farah. And
thank you very much.
Very lucky to have you as the lecturer.
Cheers. Thank you.
And wishing the best for your research too. Thank you very much.
1 minute will be allocated for judges' deliberation.
Our next video is from Iman Nabil Abdurrahim. She is from UITM with the topic, A Magic Potion for the Clogged Vessel. Please welcome.
Once upon a time, there was a small town near a river. The townspeople relied on this river for their daily needs, for drinking, bathing, and irrigating their crops. However, as time passed by, the river began to clog with debris, making it harder for the water to flow freely. After a while, the water in the river became overflowed, and the townspeople started to suffer. One day, a wizard came to the town and offered a magic potion. After the magic potion was poured into the river, a magic happened. The water flowed freely again, and they lived happily ever after. The river represents the artery, and the water represents the blood. Just like in a healthy body, the blood flows freely, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every part of the body. However, in atherosclerosis, the walls of the arteries become thickened and narrowed due to the buildup of fats. As these fats continue to grow, they block the blood flow through the arteries, just like the debris slowed down the river. When this happens, it can lead to a range of health problems, including heart attack and stroke. Cardiovascular disease affects 17.9 million people, which represents 32% of all global death. Therefore, there is the need to find a solution to this problem. Saffron, a spice usually used to cook rice dishes in Mediterranean countries, was shown to help lower cardiovascular risk factors. In our study, we conducted an experiment using rabbits. The rabbits were given a high cholesterol diet to cause atherosclerosis, and then they were treated with the saffron extracts. So, what did I find? Saffron extracts could lower the bad cholesterol levels in the blood down to 90%. Interestingly, the fats that build up in the artery of the atherosclerotic rabbits given saffron decreased compared to the untreated rabbits. From these results, I believe that saffron could be one of the natural supplements that can be used to treat atherosclerosis. Harmful diseases such as heart attack and stroke could be prevented, and our community will be stronger and healthier. Just like the magic potion cleaned the river from the debris, saffron also acts as a magic potion to clear away the fats in the arteries. Saffron, a magic potion for the clogged vessel.
Yeah, we'll now pass the floor to Mr. Afiq Aiman for question and answer.
Okay, Ms. Man, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That was a very wonderful presentation you just presented. And I like the slide that you have there. So my question for you is, of all the things that make you to pursue this research, what has been the most memorable one for you? Thank you.
During the research, or
The one that got you into this research, what has been the most memorable?
one that caused me to start this research? Right. Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Aiman. So, back in like around 15 years ago, this is quite personal. So my uncle died from heart attack, and he left his wife, a housewife, and also his children, and they were struggling financially because his children is still studying at that time. So from this incident, I started to read on cardiovascular diseases and also on the treatment of the cardiovascular diseases so that this would not happen to any family ever again. Okay, so because as we all know that the 17.9 million people died due to this disease. So I found that the treatment available is statin. However, there are
few side effects such as the liver problem, and also it can also cause diabetes mellitus and muscle pain. So I think it is very important to find the alternative treatment to statins. And I found that saffron, alhamdulillah, could reduce the bad cholesterol level in the blood. And we also have do some prototype for this saffron. So please pray that it can be commercialized so that it can give benefits to the society. Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Iman. And I hope your research could help millions of lives out there. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you, Faith.
In 1 minute, judges' deliberation time will be allocated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to our final video from Siti Fatzila Ahmad Noor. The title is Maxo, Rapid Degrader of the Tiny Water Pollution. Please welcome.
When we talk about plastics, they are made of strong, durable molecules that resist natural decomposition. It's good for durability, but not for the environment. Plastic waste, they sure are stubborn. Don't you know that certain plastic can take hundreds, even thousands of years to decompose? Yes, centuries. By the action of nature, plastic waste may break down into microplastics, plastic particles with a size of less than 5 millimeters. It is smaller than the rice grain. Could they really harm us? Unfortunately, sea creatures can mistake microplastics for food and become sick or die. We may also end up consuming these microplastics and harmful chemicals that are released into our food and water. It's alarming to think about how much plastic we have already ingested and what it could be doing to our bodies. It's possible that it could mess up our hormones, disturb our immune system, and even trigger cancer cells. OMG, this is so terrifying. Okay, relax. What if I tell you I have found a secret weapon against microplastics that can just be activated by light? It's like using a powerful flashlight to make microplastics decompose faster. Here's how it works. We have invented this amazing material called Maxo. Maxo is a nano-sized zinc oxide-based material that is like nature's little helper. When the light shines on Maxo, they get supercharged. It's like they absorb light energy and become really, really excited. So this supercharged Maxo will release tiny particles called reactive oxygen species, ROS. Think of ROS as mighty warriors on a mission. They will demolish microplastics into tiny beads at the molecular level, making them decompose even faster than they could on their own. How helpful! And as a bonus, this process will produce less harmful compounds like carbon dioxide and water. So by just combining the power of light and the incredible Maxo, we could have a remarkable weapon against microplastics. So, no need to sweat the small stuff. We've got those pesky microplastics covered. Now, you can rest easy knowing that with Maxo, you are doing your part for the environment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, I will now pass the floor to Mr. Afiq Aiman for the question and answer session.
Hi, Mr. Siti. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Siti? Can
The sound is quite low.
Oh,
I can hear you clearly.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. Okay, amazing presentation, by the way. And I like how the saying goes, small plastic, big problems. Now, my question for you is, so you just mentioned about how it affects the environment. Now, I want to ask you, for your research, how this affects the community, in your opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you, Mr. Afiq, for the questions. It's such a blessing for me to be one of the finalists today. Okay, to answer your question, okay. Sorry.
My question was?
Okay. Microplastics. The microplastics. Okay. Microplastics is plastic particles with a size of less than 5 millimeters, as I mentioned in the video just now, and it present in the various environmental compartments. So we can see it in we can have it in our in our food, in our air. Okay. So sorry. So how it?
So you tell, you
Sorry.
Is there any more to your answer?
Okay. Microplastics. It possess complex properties, as they are very tiny plastic particles with a size of less than 5 millimeters. It has a robust structure, making their removal or degradation is completely difficult. In addition, the diverse presence of microplastics with varying composition, shapes, size, and types adds another layer of complexity to this issue. So, how it affects this community is recent research has already proven that microplastics is already found in various samples, such as in our bloodstream, in breast milk, in baby's poop also. So I think there is something we need to do with it. So to overcome this, we need to have a very dedicated research efforts in order to communicate. We have to communicate with the scientific communities. We have to exchange idea with the scientific communities while continuously doing research related to the microplastics in order to mitigate this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing explanation. I totally get it. And I hope the best for your research and how it could benefit the lives of many. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our final round 3-minute thesis competition. We will give time for the judges and moderators to deliberate and finalize the marks. So we will take a 5-minute break before our next session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we are nearing the conclusion of our event. I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad bin Kasim, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and International Affairs, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, to deliver his closing speech. Please welcome.
Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Teknologis Dr. Haji Roziah Marjano, Vice Chancellor Institut Teknologi Mara, committee members, distinguished guests, media representative, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to present today as we celebrate the dedication of all postgraduate students competing in the national level 2023 virtual 3-minute thesis competitions. We also joined by distinguished guests, academic colleagues, leading industry figures, and representatives from governmental organizations. Please allow me to express my gratitude to everyone who has come together to support these programs, which is a joint effort of UKM and UITM. This 3-minute thesis competition, as the name suggests, allows students to give a convincing and engaging presentation about their dissertation or thesis and its significance in 3 minutes. It is an international research and academic communication competitions for students to improve their academic presentations and professional communication skills. Ladies and gentlemen, with 3-minute thesis competitions, our students master critical skill for engaging an audience. They can hone their ability to organize their thoughts more clearly and communicate the unique selling point of their work. It provides students with practice that no less intense and rigorous than any other competitions. In addition to academic experiences such as problem solving, research engagement, and interpersonal skill, we frequently find that doctoral students struggle to demonstrate and transfer the academic experiences to laymen. As a result, articulation skill gained through these competitions can help students feel more at ease in any situations, boost their confidence, and appear more competent when speaking to others. I believe through competition like this, Malaysian University can leverage the position as an education hub to improve education and career opportunity for graduates. This is consistent with the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia missions of sustaining a higher quality education ecosystem and develops the potential for individuals and meet their national aspirations. On that note, congratulations to all winners and participants for your accomplishment in these competitions. I wish all the winners the best of luck as they represent Malaysia in the International Asia Pacific 3-minute thesis 2023 competition, which is hosted annually by the University of Queensland in Australia. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the judges for their diligence in carrying out their roles. I also would like to thank the Secretariat from UITM and UKM for their hard work and support in making this event a success. I look forward to seeing everyone at 3-minute thesis national level competition 2024 that will be hosted by Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our tremendous appreciations to the judges and moderators for their time, expertise, and commitment to this competition. It is now my pleasure to invite the Chief Judge, Yang Berbahagia Prof. Emeritus Dr. Sheikh Husna Azhari from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, to provide us with an overview of the participants and their performances throughout the competition. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Azlina Anwar. Inshallah, Doctor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. the esteemed Professor IR Dr. Zohaina, sitting right in front of us, esteemed judges, whom I shall mention in this order: Professor Zainuddin from UKM, Dato' Al-Zamani from KPJ, he said, KKM, Dr. Hanarita from JKR, and of course, the gorgeous Madam Azawati from TV3, yeah? TV3. Moderators, Dr. Ashi and Dr. Hafisha, right? Terbalik. Hashifa, I'm sorry. And the moderator who did very good job, Afe. Colleagues who are here, and I think I must congratulate everybody for staying to the final hour and being very brave to listen to my remarks, which I have actually gathered from all the judges as well. There were 9 participants from, I think, the 3 sessions in the morning, from the science session, the social science, and finally engineering. And from there, we selected 9 participants, and we had the honor as well, the most difficult task of choosing winners for each section, and finally choosing the candidates to represent our country to Australia, I believe, to Australia or to overseas, For the participants, I must say, this is a big challenge for them to convince the judges the uniqueness of their research in 3 minutes. And it's not possible to say everything, not only to say what the problem is, what the approach is, what the protocol is, what the innovation or the value proposition is, but to make it understood to a wide range of disciplines. And as you can see, the judges come from various disciplines. I think it was very eye-opening for all 5 of us to be able to sit and make the best decisions, we think, to select the winners based on not only the clarity of their presentation, but most importantly, the impact of the research. And that was the basis of the choice of our candidates to represent Malaysia. All right. All in all, the participants have done very well. As you can see, our job was made quite challenging, not difficult, challenging, because they were very articulate. What they presented was relevant. They were very confident. And I did mention that one of them could, win and mesmerize audience in a TED talk quite easily. Whereas 1 or 2 needs a little more, I think, elucidation on the value and impact of the research. But on the whole, I think the participants deserve a round of hearty applause from all of us. Right, congratulations to all of them. And I want to congratulate the, was it the postgraduate studies who select the participants from the university? Yes. And a hearty round of applause for those universities who have worked very hard to send these very, very talented, confident and articulate candidates to this event today. And I must congratulate colleagues from the 2 secretariats, UITM and UKM, for putting on a very good, well-conducted and professional event. So thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we are waiting for is here. it is time to announce the winners of 3 minutes thesis competition. We would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Insinyur Dr. Zuhaina Haji Zakaria, the Dean for IPSIS UiTM, to announce the winners. Please welcome.
Thank you, Ezrina. Okay, we have come to the highlights of the event. It has been a long day since this morning. So I would like to announce the winner based on category. Okay. So for category science, we begin with the third place. Okay, the third place of category science is Haniza Muhammad Ali Pia from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And the second place for category science is Iman Nabilah Abdul Rahim from University Technology Mara. And the winner for category science is Nur Damia Iwani Zulkifli from University Technology Mara. Congratulations to the winners for category science. And now we move on to category social science. The third place is Keith Siazi Chi from University Malaya. Second place for category social science is Sharifah Shakila Said Shaharuddin from University Utara Malaysia. And the winner for category social science is Wan Nur Farah Wan Shamsuddin from University Malaysia Pahang. Congratulations to the winners for category social science. And for the third category, engineering and technology, the third place is Shaktivel Anak Lelaki M. Lachumanan from University Tun Hussein On Malaysia. The second place is Sabrina Muhammad Mofid from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. And the first place, the winner for choose two winners. This is the grand prize winners that will represent Malaysia for the 3MT international competition. The first one is Wan Nur Farah Wan Shamsuddin from University Malaysia Pahang. And the second representative will be Siti Fadila Muhammad Noor from University Technology Malaysia. So congratulations to all winners. As I mentioned this morning, it will be a very competitive event, and I can notice that the judges cracking their heads and also very lengthy discussions to choose because everyone is very good in this event. So thank you again. Congratulations to all, and I'll pass back to Ezrina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And congratulations, heartiest congratulations to the winners. But you are all actually winners in our heart. Your hard work and passion for your research are truly inspiring. So that marks the end of our event today. On behalf of the committee, I would like to apologize for any imperfections during the running of the event. We would like to extend our appreciation to everybody, especially to our judges and moderators and all participants for your active participation and patience throughout the sessions. Until we meet again, me, Ezlina, signing off. Assalamualaikum.